Yep, we're ready. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Today is August 30th, 2023. It is 3:00 p.m. Meeting is now open. A copy of the Nebraska Open Meetings Act is located on the north wall of the county boardroom. Roll call. Laura Tenton,
Here.
Randy Bennett,
Here.
John Strawn,
Here.
Jonathan Davison, and George Forst here. Also attending, Carrie Plummer Galecki. Did I murder that?
No.
Okay.
You're good.
The board secretary, Mary Davis, HR director, and Kyla Hathcote from the county attorney's office.
And Kayla Starbuck from the county attorney's office.
I haven't turned the page yet.
Oh, okay, sorry. Kayla and Kayla, we are here.
Next item is the approval of the May 24th, 2023 meeting minutes. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion, we approve the May 24th, 2023 minutes as presented.
Second.
A second.
Motion by John Strawn, second Randy Bennett to approve the minutes. Please vote.
Four A, one absent, motion carries.
The next item on the agenda is the discipline hearing for April Sweet. Do we have a motion to go into executive session?
No, wait on that until you're
Oh.
done.
Yeah, I don't, Pam, do you want to just go over
You want
maybe
me to go
some
ahead?
rules, like, for the board before we,
Yeah.
or I can do it?
No, absolutely. So obviously, we're going to give each party the opportunity to make opening remarks. The county will lead first, followed by Ms. Sweet and her counsel. If you want to make opening remarks, we just ask that it be limited to about 5 minutes, brevity. And then from there, the county will present its case, followed by the grievant, who will present her case. We'll give both parties a chance for closing remarks if they should so choose. And if there's any evidentiary issues as we go through this, we'll address this as we move on. I want to remind the parties that we will try to stay on track today. I intend, and on behalf of the board chair, I intend to stop us and help redirect to make sure we keep the flow moving. And also we'll expect everyone, obviously, to act professionally during the hearing today. With that, Caleb, would you like to do an opening?
Yes, I'm ready. Perfect. Good afternoon, members of the board. Can you hear me? Is this not close enough?
Yes.
Better. My name is Kayla Hathcote. I'm a deputy county attorney here for Sarpy County. I'm here today with Kayla Starbuck, who is also a deputy county attorney. We represent the interests of the county in this matter. And then Ms. Sweet is a former employee who's represented by her own counsel in the hearing that we're about to have. So I represent the interests of Sarpy County, which means management decisions and human resources decisions, specifically for what happened with Ms. Sweet's case. So this appeal is a little bit unique in that the county's position in today's case is that Ms. Sweet resigned her employment voluntarily, abandoned her position, and did not resume employment with the county. My understanding is her position is that she was involuntarily terminated. If she was involuntarily terminated, she has appeal rights to that. If she resigned, she probably wouldn't, but we're giving her this hearing so that you can make that determination. So that's really the issue here today. Did she resign or was she terminated? So I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page, but that's the central issue of the case. Now, there are some other outstanding issues that we'll talk about, but that's really what this appeal comes down to. So according to the personnel policy rules and regulations and under her collective bargaining agreement, your review standard is limited to did she resign, and if that, rather than be involuntarily terminated, whether the county imposed any discipline, which again, we maintain that we did not, other than accepting her actions as voluntary, and whether that action was authorized, and if there was any discipline imposed, did the county consider any other mitigating factors? Those are the rules in the hearing rules that you've been provided previous to today's hearing. And the rules also state that this board is to affirm the county's decisions unless it finds clearly by the evidence that she didn't resign or that her resignation was an involuntary termination that violated county rules. So I'm just going to briefly give you the facts of the case. I'm going to call 3 witnesses to testify this afternoon that are going to shore up some of these facts, but just to give you kind of an overlay of what this case is about. Ms. Sweet was employed with the treasurer's office since 2020. She was employed by the previous treasurer, so Trace Jones was not the hiring decision when she started. However, he has been her boss ever since he took office in 2021. This really comes down to about a 2-week period. You're going to hear a lot from about May 17th through June 2nd is the time frame we're looking at, give or take a few days. The week of May 29th is Memorial Day, so Monday is Memorial Day, and she had requested those following 4 days off. 2 days for vacation leave, 2 days for bereavement leave, which were all approved. However, on May 17th, so we're going back 12 days, she was told all of your time off has been approved. However, you have half an hour, 0.58 hours of vacation between now and that week if you don't take any more time off. And you have 4 hours of sick leave if you don't take any more time off. And she was told that on the 17th. So fast forward to Monday, the 22nd, a week before Memorial Day. I know I'm going backwards and forwards, Vanya. On May 22nd, she called in and she said, my alarm clock didn't go off, I'm running late, I'll be there as soon as I can. And they said, okay, great, we'll see you when you get here. She comes in about 90 minutes late that day. Well, she didn't have enough vacation time to cover that 90 minutes because to cover her vacation that she hadn't yet taken. So her supervisors at that point said, hey, let's meet with her to figure out how we can get her that time up so that she can still have her time off that she's requested. And they had come up with a plan, which essentially was have her clock in about 15 minutes early for the next couple days as comp time so that she can make up for that. That was the plan. So they called her into her office that morning to tell her of this plan, and she immediately became upset. She said she's done working here, and they were able at some point in that conversation to calm her down, tell her what the plan was. She's going to clock in 15 minutes early. It's all going to be taken care of. They think the problem is resolved. At the end of that day, she was one of the last people leaving work with Lori Carlson and Mary Golda, who you're going to hear their names quite a few times. And she made additional statements that afternoon, and this is very abbreviated, there's more that you'll hear, but about basically, I am not appreciated here. I think the county's stealing time from me because I have to clock in 7 minutes before 8. I'm going to quit tomorrow, and I'm going to give Trace a piece of my mind. Trace was gone during this day, but he was going to be there the next day. The following day, Trace Jones, who's the elected treasurer, Mary Golda, and Becky Bott, who's another supervisor, called Ms. Sweet into her office to discuss the situation. Trace asked her again if she had threatened to quit, which she's done more than probably 25 times over the 3 years that she's worked at the county. She has threatened to quit often. And to which she said, yes, I'm quitting. And he said, okay, I accept your resignation. When would you like it to be effective? She initially did not answer, but again wanted to talk about having to clock in early and not being appreciated, being treated unfairly, not getting her vacation time, which Trace explained what his timekeeping procedures are, which he'll explain much better than I can to you. But then he said, but it doesn't even matter because I've accepted your resignation. Would you like it to be effective today, in 2 weeks? What do you want? And she got up to leave, and one of the supervisors stopped her and said, do you want it to be effective today or 2 weeks? And she said, well, he said today, so today. She took her purse and left the office. She did not have authorization to leave that day. She did not give adequate notice of leave that day. So we consider this a voluntary termination. She was paid through the full day, even though she worked until, I think, approximately 9 in that morning. And we coded her out as not sufficient notice, was voluntary resignation. She was paid out accordingly under our personnel rules, because if you are terminated, you don't get your sick leave, but if you resign, you get a portion of it. So she was given whatever portion she had left. We followed all the county procedures in that aspect, and then paid her out, wrote her a voluntary resignation letter, and then she filed this appeal timely with Trace and with Human Resources. So based on those facts, that's really the central issue here today, was whether that was a voluntary resignation or if that was a termination. And based on the facts that you'll hear today, the testimony you'll hear today, I'll just ask you to affirm the county's decision that this was a voluntary resignation and deny Ms. Sweet's grievance that is before you this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Corrigan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm here, John Corrigan, on behalf of the Sarpy County Public Employees Association and April Sweet. And she has, in this instance, filed both an appeal, which will be offered as Exhibit D, and she filed a grievance, which is offered as Exhibit E. And the purpose of the appeal is that she will testify and assert that she did not voluntarily resign her employment. Her employer, she will tell you, told her that he was going to accept her resignation that day, and that her statement that she didn't want to work there anymore because of the conflict that she was having regarding her time off was a resignation in his mind. And if there's going to be a resignation under the rules of Sarpy County, there are certain things that have to take place, including the employee is supposed to submit a written resignation. Now, if the rules would have been followed, we maybe not be here today, because the employee wouldn't have submitted anything in writing. The employee didn't submit a written resignation, and the employer treated it as such, but didn't follow its own rules in establishing both a written resignation and an exit interview process, which she's entitled to receive, which she did not receive. Given her tenure with her employment, and she'll tell you she has never been disciplined, has no record of misconduct, she was entitled to certain due process if the employer was going to terminate her for cause. If they thought that she engaged in misconduct that was such to the level that they would dismiss her, they had to provide her with notice of a hearing, an explanation of their evidence, and an opportunity to respond to those things, and let her have the union representation if she wanted to. Those are all things that are contractually an obligation on the part of Sarpy County. She will tell you that she did have a conflict during her employment with the requirement that the treasurer required her to be at her workstation at 7:53, even though she wasn't paid until 8 o'clock. That actually required her to be at work more than just those 7 minutes, because she had to be there and be ready to go. And she felt that this was requiring her to do work off the clock or uncompensated. And that was a problem for her. Now, whether that was, you agree with that or not, that's not necessarily why we're here today, to try and have that decided. What we're trying to do is demonstrate that she had objections to the fact that she was told she'd be able to take this time off, that she had plenty of time to take off for a celebration of life ceremony for her stepmother, whom she was very close with and in charge of her funeral proceedings that week of Memorial Day. And then she was told when she came back to work, after she was an hour and a half late that following the 22nd of May, she was told she couldn't have that time off, and that upset her. But she worked the rest of the day. She agreed to come back to work to make up the time necessary so that wouldn't be a problem going forward. But the director decided, no, I've had enough. I'm just going to accept your resignation. Well, if he's going to do that, then by your own rules, there should have been a written resignation, and there wasn't. And maybe that is a fault of both sides. I don't care whose fault it is, but she should be reinstated. We've asked for reinstatement and make whole relief. And make whole relief means simply that whatever economic loss she would have had, or that she did have as a result of not being employed, should be reinstated to her. I think there's some confusion about what that means, given the director's response to the grievance, but we'll get into that. Essentially, this is somebody who had a traumatic event in her life. She had to take care of a family event. That's what we have these things like bereavement leave for. The response was to just say, you know what, if you're going to threaten to quit, I'm just going to accept that as a resignation. And if the director wanted to do that in a lawful manner, consistent with the rules and consistent with her rights, then he would have insisted on a written resignation, which he would not have received. And so that's why we're here today, and we look forward to presenting this evidence, and at the end of the hearing, asking this board to sustain the grievance, sustain the appeal, and return her to her employment with back pay and other make-whole relief. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the county's first witness is Sue Johnson.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson, would you please state your full name?
Susan K. Johnson.
And what is your position within the county?
I'm the office manager for the treasurer's office.
And what is your relation to Ms. Sweet?
My relation,
Colleague, coworker, supervisor,
supervisor.
direct supervisor?
No,
Okay. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, can you just explain for the board what your role in the office is, and particularly how it relates to Ms. Sweet's employment?
I take care of all of the payroll and time cards that are done in the office, recording everything in the ADP system, keeping track of vacations, sick time, and that sort of thing. That's kind of the only thing that I really did for April.
So if she would have requested vacation leave, your response to her would have been, you have enough time to cover that, or no, you don't, things of that manner.
Yes.
Nothing, you don't have any disciplinary control over her employment.
No.
So I believe Mr. Corrigan just put an email string in front of you. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this isn't one of the exhibits, and we're not going to offer it as an exhibit, but it's more just for her reference. Do you recall the events that took place around May 17th related to Ms. Sweet's request for time off?
Mostly. It's a little fuzzy because it's been a while, but
Does
yeah,
this
mostly, yes.
email string that's in front of you help refresh your recollection
Yes.
as to what happened?
Yes, I have looked this over.
So if you look at the second page of that string, I believe there's an email from you to Ms. Sweet and Mary Golda referencing her request for time off on the week of Memorial Day. Is that right?
Yes.
And can you just tell the board what that says and what you explained to April regarding her leave time that would be, this is May 17th, her leave time starting May 29th, which would have been about a week and a half later.
April originally had May 30th on the calendar as a sick day. She had a doctor's appointment, I believe. And so the first thing is that I removed the sick from May 30th and changed it to vacation. And then I made May 31st and June 1st for bereavement leave. And then after making those changes, I notified her that she still had 4 hours of sick time and 8.58 hours of vacation time. And that would be if no more time was taken between now and that time.
And then June 2nd, she also requested to have that day off. And if she had 8.58 hours off,
Right.
she'd have
Oh, yeah.
enough time to also take that vacation
Yeah,
day.
I
Is that
forgot
wrong?
to mention that next line.
That's all
that
right.
She did have time with that 8.58 hours that she would be able to take June 2nd off.
And she requested to have that day off as well.
Correct, yes.
And then can you just explain for the board on that May 30th date, you said it was originally a sick day and you changed it to vacation. Why was that?
That's where I'm a little fuzzy.
Okay, was it your understanding that she didn't have an appointment that day?
I-
You're not sure? For some reason, it got changed to vacation.
Yeah, because it
And-
was down as a sick day, and then it was changed to a vacation.
And Ms. Sweet was aware of that change?
Yes,
And did she ask you any questions about why that was changed?
I don't believe so.
Okay, at least not in this email stream.
Correct, yes.
So as of May 17th, when you sent these emails, she was all clear to take 2 vacation days, 2 bereavement days, is that right?
Yes,
Did you ever tell her her bereavement leave was denied?
no,
Did you ever tell her her vacation leave was denied?
no.
And then also in this email, you stated that you would have about 4 hours of sick leave and 0.58 hours of vacation leave if you don't take any more time off between now and then. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have any other involvement in discussions with Ms. Sweet about taking any other time off besides what we've discussed to the board in this timeframe?
In this timeframe, no.
Okay. I have no more questions for you.
If I may, Ms. Johnson, the my understanding is that there's a rule that applies to the use of sick leave that prevents an employee from using sick leave as vacation leave. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
So once sick leave is exhausted, vacation pay will be used to continue compensation.
Correct.
And looking at the email chain that you just discussed on direct, the May 17th email at 8:42 a.m., you indicated in the first line, you wrote, "I used 4 hours sick and 4 hours vacation for Tuesday the 9th."
Yes.
Do you have any idea why you did that?
I did that because she took a sick day that day, but she only had 4 hours of sick time left in her bucket. So I used 4 hours of sick, leaving her 0 at that point, and then I had to use 4 hours of vacation in order for her to have 40 hours on her time card.
And on the removing the sick day on the 30th and changing that to vacation, she had a pre-scheduled sick day, right?
Yes,
And you changed that to vacation.
yeah.
And you don't, or do you have any independent recollection as to why you did that?
She would not, at that time, had 8 hours to take for the 29th.
As sick
Would
leave?
have only had 4 hours at that time because there was an accrual that added on during that pay period. So she would have only had 4 hours of sick time to take on the 30th.
But if she was taking sick time, she would have taken that sick leave up to the point that she exhausted it, and then she could have taken vacation, right?
And she would have had 4 hours of vacation, yes.
And so if you would have done that, she would have had enough time to take that week off, the 4 days off that she was planning on having this leave for the bereavement, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry. And is it your position that you never indicated to her that she could take a combination of sick, vacation, and bereavement while she was off in order to be off for that week?
No.
And so then you indicated to her she could take the 2nd of June off, which was the Friday following Memorial Day, right?
Yes.
And that was to be done with the vacation that she had.
Yes.
But if you didn't change the sick to vacation on the 30th, she would have had still another 8 hours of vacation, right?
She would have had 4 hours of vacation. Or no, I'm sorry, you are right. She would have had 8 more hours of vacation.
Because she burned that vacation.
Mhm.
Right. And so you she indicated to you in response, thank you so much, Sue, I would love to take Friday off, right?
Yes,
And you wrote back that I double-checked with Mary, and she said it was okay for you to have Friday, the June 2nd as vacation, right?
yes.
All right, those are the questions I have. Thank you.
Anything further?
The only question I have is maybe I just got a little bit confused. On Tuesday, May 9th, so a week and a half prior, you charged 4 hours of sick and 4 hours of vacation that day because Miss Sweet had taken an 8-hour sick day, correct?
Yes,
She only had 4 hours in her bank for sick leave, so you
Correct.
supplemented that with 4 hours of vacation?
yes.
Okay. Now, for May 30th, this email says I removed sick from May 30th and changed it to vacation,
Yes,
but I think your testimony was that it should have been 4 hours sick, 4 hours vacation, or were you referring to May 9th?
I was referring to May 9th.
Okay, so what happened on the May 30th day that you changed from sick to vacation? Is that the day you don't recall?
I believe that April told me she did not have the appointment that day, and so it would not have been sick time that she was taking. It would be vacation.
And you changed that according to maybe an oral conversation you had,
Yes,
but nothing in writing.
nothing in writing.
So this email is the only written document you have
Yes,
that explains that change.
yes, it is.
And then again, you say at the bottom, let me know if this all sounds good. And you got nothing contesting those changes from Ms. Sweet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think that clears up my confusion, but I have no more questions from that part.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Any other?
Yeah, does anyone have any?
I do have a question. So is it customary to use sick time in advance for like pre-dates, you know you're going to be sick?
If something is scheduled, like a doctor's appointment or a surgical appointment, a test, MRI, something like that, then yeah, we do allow them to
Pre-use that
pre-schedule
time?
that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I just have a couple questions in regard to that May 30th. April, I imagine she's in the office, the treasurer's office. You said that you had an oral conversation with April, and that's why you took the sick leave and changed it to vacation. Who's April?
April is Miss Sweet.
Oh, you had a conversation, and so okay, so she told you that she didn't have an appointment with the doctor that day?
That is my recollection today.
Okay, and then
Somebody
in
had
that
to
same
tell me to do
conversation, you
that.
could have told her that she could have used 4 hours of sick leave because she accrued it on that payday, and then you could have used 4 hours of vacation, is that
If she
my
had a
understanding?
doctor's appointment that
Okay.
day.
And then one other, since you're the timekeeper, it sounds like the 7:53 clock in, is that because she was late, and is that the comp time she was making up, or is that just the office rule that they come in at 7:53?
Yes.
Which
that's
one is
the
it?
office rule, yes.
So everybody comes in at 7:53, and this had nothing to do with her being late 90 minutes
No.
and making it up.
No, not
Thank you.
Anything else?
Okay, Ms. Johnson, you can step down.
And I would ask that Ms. Johnson be allowed to return to work and not be subject to recall.
No objection.
Sounds good.
Our next witness is Mary Golda.
Thank you.
Ms. Golden, would you please state your name?
Mary J. Golda.
And what is your position within the county?
I am the Customer Service Assistant Manager.
Great. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is it all right if I call you Mary?
Yeah.
Okay, can you state for the board's understanding your day-to-day duties and your role in the treasurer's office?
As the Customer Service Assistant Manager, I am responsible for the 15 people that sit up at the front and help all the customers, all the clerks, the title specialists, and, you know, keep everything moving. I have to manage time off, scheduling, hiring, firing, just normal management duties.
Okay, and were you present in the room here during the testimony of the previous witness, Sue Johnson?
Yes,
And is that your understanding of the events that occurred with Miss April Sweet?
mostly yes.
Okay, can you describe for the board your understanding of those events, specifically around her time off requests and what happened the morning of May 22nd?
Right, so leading up to that, the week before, April had 2 bereavement days, and then she came in and worked Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And then on Monday, what day was that? One of the days no, because it had to be that next week. So in that week, Sue and I had called her into Sue's office and we talked about her time. And Sue explained to her, if you don't miss any more time between now and your vacation week, you'll be fine. But if you miss any time, you're not going to have enough time for your full week of vacation. I think this was prior to April's stepmom passing. So then April's stepmom passed away and she had 2 days of bereavement. She splitted her days so she would have 2 days for the celebration of life. And that was, so then on Monday, the 22nd, I believe, Becky came back from work. She had been on vacation. And Sue and Becky and I were in my office talking about April's time. And we figured out she was going to be short. I can't even remember how much. So we came up with a plan for her to be able to make up that time so she wouldn't have to forego, you know, any of her vacation or any of that. So we came up with a plan. Becky and I called her into Becky's office and had her, you know, as soon as Becky said to her, April, we have to talk about your time off next week, she slammed her hand down and she got very emotional. And she's like, I am so tired of this. You guys don't appreciate me. You know, it was just, and she started crying. And I'm like, April, just hang on a minute. We're going to explain to you what we're going to do. You know, so she calmed down. We had the conversation. We're going to let you clock in 15 minutes early, stay 15 minutes late. That'll make up your time, you know, so, because then she would have comp time to use for her, towards her week off. So we thought we had it all figured out. Well, she worked all day. That night, it was Lori Carlson and April and I were the last ones to leave. And because at night Lori and I and Becky are responsible for cashing everybody out. We have to make sure everybody's drawers balanced before we leave. And April was the last one for us to balance. So we were walking out and she was extremely upset and told me yet again she wanted to quit. I mean, it wasn't the first time. She had done it many times before. And she was upset about being there at 7:53. She felt her time was being stolen from us and that she wasn't appreciated, which I felt bad because April's a great worker. She was great with the customers. Her laugh would make anybody laugh. I mean, you could hear it everywhere. So I felt really bad. And I said, April, please quit saying that. I've told you before. You can't keep saying it. One time it's not going to go in your favor, right? And then I can't even remember the whole conversation, but it was something towards the effect of, if you're going to end up getting fired if you keep doing this. And she just stated, I don't care, I'll get unemployment. And I'm like, well, okay. But she said she was going to have it out with Trace the next morning about the 7:53. She felt she was not being compensated for her time, that we were taking her time.
Okay. I want to backtrack on a few things here. Can you explain for the board's understanding who is Becky when you
Oh,
refer
I'm
to
sorry.
her?
Becky Bott is the customer service manager. I'm the assistant to Becky. Sorry, I should have said that.
No, that's okay. And so prior to the meeting in your office or Sue's office, when you discussed Miss Sweet's time, she had showed up late to work that morning. Is that correct?
Yeah,
And how late was she to work that day?
it was 9:30, and Becky had texted her and said, April, are you coming in? And I think her text back was, yes, I'm in the bathroom. I forgot my wallet, having a crappy day. And Becky said, oh, okay, and then she came in out of the bathroom and came in and worked.
Okay, so you had previously told Miss Sweet that she had enough time to cover her vacation the week of Memorial Day if she did not use any more vacation
Yeah,
time.
if she couldn't miss any time,
And then she had to use some vacation time to cover what happened that morning.
yes, for being late the hour and a half. And that was the hour and a half. I don't think it was the full hour and a half that she had to make up, because I think she had a little bit, but that was when Becky and I came up with the plan to get her that comp time so she could have her full vacation and not have to come in on Tuesday and work an hour or whatever.
Okay, so you closed with Lori and Miss Sweet that night, and she made these statements. What happened when you came back to work Tuesday morning?
Well, on my way home, I had called Becky and I said, you're not going to believe this conversation I just had with April. And so I'm not sure if she texted Trace Jones, the treasurer, or she called him. But when I walked in the door at 8 o'clock the next morning, I was immediately told to come to Trace's office.
And why is that?
I got down there and he said, we're calling April in. And I said, okay. And so April came in and Becky and I and Trace were in the office with her. And the first thing Trace said to April is, I heard you threaten to quit again last night. And she said, yes, I did. And he goes, okay. He goes, we've had this conversation before. I'm going to accept your resignation. When do you want it effective? And she didn't answer, and she went into complaining about the 7:53 punch time to come in. And he explained to her, yet again, I mean, we've had these conversations numerous times with all of them.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? With who?
All of the employees, all of them, none of them can figure out this 7:53. So you have to be in the door at 7:53 and clocked in. Then you go to the vault, you get your cash drawer, you go to your counter, you count all your money, so you're ready to go. We like to open the doors a few minutes early. Trace comes in every day, grabs the iPad to check people into our queue list system. He goes outside and checks them all in. So usually at 7:58, we open the door and say, all right, start summonsing everybody so we can get them in. So a lot of them have issues with the 7:53, but the problem is you're paid till 5 o'clock, but 9 out of 10 times you're out that door way before 5. We shut our doors at 4:45. We have 4 people we pick a night that close early. Those people start counting their doors at 4:30, so at 4:45, they're out the door. So they're getting paid till 5 o'clock. So this has been a constant issue. And we've explained it. I know there's a couple of them, but April was she just didn't agree with it, I guess, is what I should say. So he explained it to her, the time and how it was all working. She didn't like his answer. He said to her again, April, I'm accepting your resignation. are you resigning? Is this your resignation? She said yes again. And he said again, when do you want me to make it effective? And then she starts saying, you don't appreciate me, and you can't take my breaks away. I don't even know where that came from. According to the county handbook, breaks, you cannot take them away or whatever. And he goes, April, we're not discussing this anymore. You've already resigned to me. So yet again, are you resigning? And she said yes. And he said, okay, when do you want it effective? And she jumped up and started heading to the door. And I go, April. And she turned and looked at me and I said, when do you want it effective? And she goes, he said today, right now. I go, no, he didn't, as she was going out the door and slammed the door. And that's how that all went down.
And do you recall approximately what time of day it was when she left the treasurer's office?
Well, I had to be there at 8:15. I always get there at 8. So I was called down to Trace's office right away. It had to be right around 9 o'clock. If a little before or a little after, I'm not really sure of the time.
Okay. And did you ever hear Trace Jones say you're fired or you're terminated to Miss Sweet?
Not once. He had to have asked her at least 3 to 4 times, is this your resignation? Are you resigning? When do you want it effective? Not once did it come out of his mouth that she was terminated.
And Miss Sweet has been employed with the treasurer's office for how many years?
I think she started in fall of 2020 during the pandemic. I believe.
And between fall of 2020 approximately and May 23rd in Trace's office, do you know how many times you've heard Miss Sweet say, I'm going to quit or I'm quitting?
Multiple times. Even before I became the customer service assistant manager, when Brian Zuger was still there, she would get upset and tell me she's going to quit. And I'm like, April, quit saying that because it's going to get you in trouble, you know? And then when I became the assistant manager, her and I had talks about stuff and she would complain about something. And I said, okay, let me take care of it, you know? And I'd handle the problem because she would threaten to quit again. And it got to be continuous. It was quite a few times. I always felt bad because I love April and I wanted her to stay and I didn't want her to quit.
Do you have any understanding about if Miss Sweet has a disciplinary record with the treasurer's office?
You know what? I have no idea. Not during my assistant management time.
In your opinion, as assistant manager, was Miss Sweet a good employee?
Yeah. I mean, she was great with the customers. She did a great job. You know, I mean, outside of a few small minor problems, you know, I mean, minor to where they wouldn't even matter to be written up.
And were you upset to see Miss Sweet go after this day?
I was. I was hurt because I truly like April. I loved working with her. Like I told you, April will laugh and everybody around her will laugh. It is just that infectious, you know, and she's so good with the people. You know, she was great out front directing the traffic of people coming in and into the office. And yeah, it did. It really hurt that all went down that day. I did not want that to happen. That's why I stopped her at the door and said, April, you know, and I think even Trace didn't want her to. He kept asking her, like trying to get her to backtrack, but never happened.
Is there anything else, in your opinion, that this board needs to know about Miss Sweet that would be beneficial to their decision today?
No, I've told you everything I know.
No further questions?
So did Miss Sweet, there was a text exchange where she was told when she would need to come in to make up the time so she could get that following Friday off?
No, that was a conversation in Becky's, the manager's office, that we had made the plan to get her the comp time, so she wouldn't have to miss any hour, wouldn't have to come in for like an hour. The
Okay.
text message was the day she called in late. She,
But I'm talking about the plan that you had.
yeah, that was in Becky's office.
I'm going to show you, if you have Exhibit 5, County's Exhibit 5.
I'm sorry?
There's a notebook in front of you.
Yeah.
Can you identify the exhibit number 5?
Okay. Oh, this is my statement, right?
Yeah.
Yep,
And at the second paragraph under the May 22nd heading, you wrote, "At closing time, Lori, myself, and April were the last ones in the office. I told April to read her text from Becky. She read the text and answered back, okay."
you know, and I meant to go back and ask Becky. Becky left for vacation. I wanted to ask her what that text said, because now I can't remember. You would have to ask April what that text said.
So whatever, there was a plan that she was going to come in and work extra time to make up for the time that she missed because she came in late that day, so she would have enough time to,
Yes,
and she agreed to that.
yes.
And and you told her that if she said she was going to quit, she might get fired.
I told her that numerous times,
Why?
because
Well, I'm
she-
sorry, why did you think that she was going to get fired if she said she wanted to quit?
Because she kept saying, I'm just gonna quit, I wanna quit, I'm done. And I'd say, April, no, because I didn't want her to quit. I wanted April to stay.
But why, if she's saying,
Why
I
would
want to
she get
quit?
fired?
Yeah, I mean, is that misconduct to say I want to quit?
Well, I think you can only cry wolf so many times before somebody finally says, you know what, I'm done. I'm done listening to you tell me that you wanna quit. If you're unhappy,
Is it
There's-
misconduct?
is it misconduct?
Yeah.
I suppose it would depend on where the conversation was and how loud that conversation was and who was around for that conversation.
Well, if somebody was going to be fired because they had threatened to quit so many times that the manager was tired of it, wouldn't they have to, the manager give them notice of their determination that they thought it was misconduct and let them get their side of the story before they fired them?
Yes.
And that didn't happen here, right?
No, it was more of conversations between April and I, because this is before I became a manager.
I'm
After
talking
I-
about the night that you
that
walked
night
out.
when I told her that.
Yes.
Yes, I am an assistant manager. Do I feel like I'm a manager at times? No, I do not. I feel more like I'm their friend. And every time she would threaten, I'm just like, April, stop. You've got to stop. Well, that night, I'm like, April, you can't keep saying this. It's gonna go back to Trace, and you don't know. I mean, you never know.
And so you came in at roughly 8 o'clock on the 23rd, the
Yeah.
next day, right?
Yeah, well, I was working late that week.
And when you say you're working late that week, what do you mean by that?
When Becky and I and Lori, we switch off weeks early to weeks late. So you either work 7:30 to 4:30 because you have to open and get everything ready for the day before everybody gets there, or you stay late because we close at 4:45. We have 15 cash drawers. Well, actually, we have 18 cash drawers. We have to count down. So then you start at 8:15 and you work till about 5:15, 5:30 sometimes.
And so that would have been the same time you worked late on that evening and left at the same time as April.
Yes, because that was our plan to give her time. She was getting the 15 minutes comp time to come in early, and she was getting the 15 minutes comp time to stay late. Instead of checking out at 5, she stayed till 5:15.
And depending on where the employees are at with their customers, they don't all get to leave at 5 or 4:45, do they?
No.
Sometimes you leave, employees such as Ms. Sweet would leave closer to 5 o'clock or even after 5 o'clock, depending on the work they had to complete before they left.
You know, we have a rotating schedule that we pick 4 people every night to close her drawer at 4:30. So she would have been in that rotation. So at 4:30, you should not have a customer. You should be counting your drawer. So it's kind of an extra, hey, we appreciate you. We want, let's get you out of here at 4:45.
Is there, when you say there's a rotation, is that something that is applied uniformly, or is it something that you just get to pick every day who the person is that's going to go?
No, actually, Lori usually takes care of it, the rotation, and she makes sure that it's never too many people in the same week, the same people in the same week.
Did you ever have
She
any-
makes sure it's always fair.
Have you had any complaints about the fairness of that rotation?
Never.
Now, you came into work the next day, 8 o'clock, and you were told that we were going to call April in.
I was told to go to Trace's office. And I went down there and he said, we're calling April in. And I said, okay.
So that was you and Becky and April
It was me, Becky, Trace,
and April.
and then we got April, yes.
And your testimony was that I heard you threaten to quit again, and she admitted that she did, right?
Mhm.
And he said that I'm going to accept your resignation.
He said, yeah. He said, are you sure? And she said, yes. And he said, then I accept your resignation. When would you like it effective? And that's when it went off the rails.
Okay, well, let's look at Exhibit 5, May 23rd, your recitation of what happened, right?
Right.
Now, this was prepared at 9:59 a.m. on the 23rd of May, right?
This statement,
Yeah.
probably.
Well, it's your email
Yeah, probably.
from you to Carrie Plummer Galecki, right? I'm sorry,
yeah.
to Trace Jones.
Yeah, and he forwarded on.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
And-
yes.
So would your recollection of these events be better based on what you wrote on May 23rd, or for some reason is that faulty?
No, I feel like I'm telling you exactly what I put in here.
Well,
What did I miss?
you wrote, April, I heard you threatened to quit again, and she said yes.
No, Trey said that. Trey said to April, April, I heard
That's
you
what I'm
threatened to
saying.
quit again. And April answered yes.
And then the next thing you wrote was in quotations that he said, I told you that if I heard you threaten to quit again, that I'm taking that as your resignation, right?
Yes, because she had threatened to quit so many times.
But at that point, it's done. He said he's taken that as a resignation.
No, nope, that's
Did he,
not what
did he
that
tell her to
meant.
put it in writing?
That he was taking her resignation?
Did he ask her to put it in writing?
No.
Do you understand that the rule is the employee is supposed to submit resignation in writing?
That I do not know. I cannot honestly tell you that answer.
Your next statement, you wrote, Wendy, this is a statement that you attributed to Mr. Jones, right?
Which one?
After the quotation at the top line of page 2 of Exhibit 5.
Right. Oh, when he asked her, when do you want me to make it official?
When do you
Yeah.
want this to be made official, right?
Right, yes.
And she didn't respond to that directly. She started talking about the 7:53 a.m. Issue that she had, right?
Yes.
And he responded, according to your recitation of what you remembered, he responded to that by saying that you're paid for these 2 15-minute breaks and that he did not have to give those to her, right?
Correct.
And then you wrote, after the discussion of the 15-minute break issue, you wrote, so Trace told,
April. I should have put April.
okay, so Trace told, sort of parentheses, April, that he expected her resignation.
Wait a minute, you skipped a line. Trace told her it was up to his discretion whether to give breaks or not, which it is. And then he told her he accepted her resignation again. And she said, okay, and that's when she started walking out the door. And that's when I stopped her. And I missed my statement in here about I told April because he said it was effective today. And I said, no, he did not. And I should have put that in there and I
Well, he
didn't.
said he accepted it today, right? I mean, he was the one that said it was her resignation, not her, right? I mean, he started the resignation talk
He said he was accepting her resignation, right?
today, right? That day.
He was accepting it, yes. And he asked her when she wanted to make it official. What date did she want? Did she want it 2 weeks? Did she want it today? Did she want it next week?
And
And she never answered when she wanted effective.
she said, according to your previous testimony, he said it's today, so today, right?
Yeah, she did. And I told her, I said, no, he did not. He did not say. But she was already headed out the door as I said that to her.
Did you have any other communication with her after that?
No. I wanted to, but no, I did not.
Those are the questions I have. Thank you.
Questions from the board?
We're going to do redirect first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. We have just a few more questions. Mary, I want to go back to the 753 policy. Is it your understanding that this is a timeframe that is given to employees when they interview for the position, and that is a job expectation, that you arrive in plenty of time to get your drawer ready before customers walk in the door?
Yes, when Becky and I have our interviews for new hirees, that is the last question we ask them. The hours are 7:53 to 5 o'clock or 4:45. Can you be here by 7:53 every morning and be ready to go by 8 o'clock? If somebody would not agree to that, we would not hire them.
Okay, and are you the final decision maker on terminations out of the treasurer's office?
One of them, it would be myself, Becky, and Trace would have the final decision.
Trace has the final decision on terminations.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you told Miss Sweet that she needed to stop saying she was going to quit, that she was going to get fired, was that just a matter of your opinion?
It is. I mean, I love April. I never wanted any of this to happen. So every time she would say it, I'm like, April, just stop saying it. I mean, I guess for me, I think, okay, how many times can you say it before you actually do get fired? I mean, I've had bosses like that. They're like, oh, you want to threaten to quit? Go. So.
That's all for us. Thank you.
Okay.
Now I guess it's time. Any
I'm
questions?
sorry, if I may have
Go
a
ahead,
chance to
John.
recross, if I may. I have a couple questions based on the redirect, if that's
Okay.
acceptable.
Go ahead.
All right. If you have Exhibit C in the notebook there for me, and maybe it makes sense, I don't have any objections to the county's exhibits if they would offer the exhibits they've identified, and we'll offer the exhibits we've identified, and you can decide whether you want to accept them or not.
Okay, what am I looking at?
Do you have any objection?
No, I don't have any objection. I think Exhibit C is the Personnel Policies and Procedures Manual, correct? Which doesn't apply to April because she's classified. But I don't have any objection to it being entered as evidence, but that manual in itself doesn't apply to her employment situation because she's covered by a collective bargaining agreement and the personnel rules and regulations. But you can still look at it for whatever his questions might be.
Mr. Corn, do you want to have a quick discussion about whether this manual applies?
I would offer exhibits A through H, and if the county wanted to offer their exhibits 1 through 10, I also would have no objection to that.
And I have no objection to,
Entering them into evidence.
and just
Okay.
as long as the board is aware of their
So-
applicability.
Okay. We will accept all exhibits then.
Now, you have Exhibit C in front of you,
I do.
and I'm asking you to go to page 12.
Mine does not have a page number. What's the heading?
If I may.
Yeah, absolutely.
It just didn't come up in the copy.
Oh, okay. What part were you looking at?
Since the pages aren't numbered, can you just tell us what provision you're starting with?
They are numbered, but
Not mine.
It's very
the
faint.
copies the copies I have are numbered. The county made copies and they did, the numbers didn't show up on those copies.
Is it the record of hours worked?
Yeah, it's section 3. I believe he's,
Yeah,
I think I tried to count them.
section 3. At the top of the page, it'll say.
Now, the policy of Sarpy County with respect to compensable work time, at least in the Sarpy County Policies and Procedures Manual, is that compensable time worked is defined as any time spent by an employee performing duties or assignments directly related to employment with Sarpy County, right? Yes. And certainly, where's the treasurer's office located?
1102 East First Street?
And the employees have to park in the parking lot, right?
Yes.
If they drive or somebody drops them off, they got to go in, get their drawer, right?
A cash drawer? Yep.
And then punch in, clock in.
Well, we like them to be in the building by the 53, clock in at 53, go get their cash drawer, count it, so they're ready to go.
Okay. So do you have to have the cash door ready to go at 7:53, or you have to be?
No, you got to be clocked in by 7:53. Get your drawer, get up to the counter, cash, count it, and be ready to go by 8. But we always open it early, so
But in order to be clocked in at 7, how do they clock in?
it's a punch in with your finger identity.
At their workstation, or is it somewhere else?
Well, you can if they have ADP app or on their computer. They can. We have some of them that do on their computer. Most of them go to the time clock.
So they have, get there, get in, punch in, and then get the drawer and be at their seat.
Be ready to go.
Okay. But they're not paid for the time that it takes to do all those things until, they don't actually get paid until 8 o'clock, right?
Yeah, according to the way the time clock payment works, if you clock in at 7 till, you don't get paid until 8 o'clock. Same as clocking out. If you clock out at 7 or 8 after, you're paid to, I think it's 7 after, you're paid till like 8:15. So if you clock out at 8:20, 8:17, or I can't even think of it now. I'm having a hard time, sorry. But it goes on the 15-minute increments. It's not by minute, it's by 15-minute increments.
But the employees are engaged in work activities while they're not being paid to work, right?
It's been that way since I started here in 2006. When I was hired in 2006, they tell you immediately when you're hired. You're expected to be here, be ready to go at 5 minutes to 8.
And that has been a point of contention with other employees, not just Ms. Sweet, right?
I'm sure it has, but you know, when you close the doors at 4:45, and one night at least, or two, most of the time, I have girls that are out of there at 4:45 without them being told they can close early. They are in the vault at 10 till, count their drawer, and they're gone. And it's 4 out of 5 nights a week. And then I have a couple of them that lag around and they take their time and then they end up being past 5 o'clock, but they are paid for that.
If they work past 5 p.m. But if you work from 7:40 or 4:45 to 4:59 and clock out, to be considered to be paid for that is because you came in early, right?
Yeah.
So there's this flexing of time each day.
I guess.
Those are the questions I have. Thank you.
We're a bit beyond the scope of the redirect. Do you have any follow-up questions?
No, we don't. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone on the board?
I just have a couple questions. You're the customer service assistant manager.
Yes.
How many did you say you oversee? You oversee all the window.
Yeah, we have 15 counter people and we have 3 title specialists.
And do they all follow that time schedule, the 7:53? And then I heard that sometimes you come in at 7:30 or 8:15.
Yeah, Becky and I switch weeks opening and Lori helps in the summer. So whoever opens early comes in at 7:30 and works till 4:30. And if you come in late, you work 8:15 to 5:15 or 5:30.
Because of the drawers, you don't have to come in early. You don't have to do the 7 minutes before.
Oh, we always do. We just do.
But where they have to, you do not. Is that correct? Like you said, you wouldn't hire anybody unless
Well, I
they
don't sit at the
agreed to come
counter.
in
Yeah, the
at
reason they do
7:53.
is because they sit at the counter and they're waiting
Correct.
on the customers.
I do understand that.
Yeah.
But you and your counterpart don't have to do that because you don't work the window.
I guess you're right.
Okay. On the 22nd, when you were the last one to leave with Miss Sweet, do you recall what time that was?
It was after 5:15 because that was part of our plan to give her the comp time. Because she's paid till 5, so we needed her to stay till 5:15 to get that 15 minutes of comp time to make
Correct.
up her time for the following week.
Was the work done by 5:15 or it took till 5:15 to get done that
Oh,
day?
I think we clocked out at either 5:15 or maybe even 5:20 that night. It just-
Because you had to stay not only for the agreement that you made earlier that day, but because the work took you till 5:15, 5:20?
Well, I think we were done, but we were waiting for the 5:15 so we could get April her time.
As an assistant manager, do you do any of the discipline or are you in on the discipline?
I am.
And I just want to confirm, you said April's a great worker.
She was, yeah. I mean, she always pleasant to the people, laughing, joking around. She always called everybody, the customers, "Hi, babe, what can I do for you today?" But they loved it, you know? I mean, she
Being
was
part of
great
the,
with the customers.
oh, thank you. Being part of the discipline team, has she been disciplined that you know of since the day she was hired?
Not for me. Not since I became an assistant manager.
Thank you.
Yep,
Thank you, Ms. Golda.
thank you.
I got a few questions.
Oh, sorry. One more question.
So when she was required to come in early and when she was required to stay in late, was she doing anything? Was she doing Sarpy County business or
Yes.
was she just there?
No. Okay, so we had just made that plan and that night was the first time she was going to stay that 15 minutes to gain for her comp time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she
And-
wasn't there 15 minutes early?
No, not that
Just,
morning.
she was just staying late. Okay.
Yeah, because we were trying to get her make it, so she could make it up.
So if she got done doing her drawer like she normally did, she'd normally be out of there at 5 o'clock,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But
April
she
seemed to
stayed
get
till
stuck with
5.
the last
So she
customer.
did. So she stayed till 5:15. What did she do for that 15 minutes?
Well, I don't know if we were still counting drawers or not. But no, she was working. She wasn't, I mean, it wasn't, I'm going to just give it to you. Hey, wait 15 minutes and I'll let you. No. I mean, you had to actually do something.
Nope, that's all I had.
Any other questions from the board?
Thank you, Ms. Golda.
Thank you.
And we would ask that she be released and not subject to recall so she can go back to work.
Mr. Corrigan, any objection?
No objection.
Approved.
And the county's last witness is Tracy Jones, the county treasurer.
Mr. Jones, would you please state your full name?
Tracy Dean Jones.
And what is your position within the county?
I'm the Sarpy County Treasurer.
And would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon.
Do you mind if I call you Trace?
That's fine.
Okay. How long have you been the Sarpy County Treasurer?
Since April 14th of 2021.
And then you were elected County Treasurer in 2022, is that correct?
Yes, November, yeah.
So I guess just give the board maybe a brief, you were appointed by the county board in 2021, and then you were elected in 2022.
Right.
Okay. Are you familiar with April Sweet?
I am.
Was she employed in that office prior to you becoming the county treasurer?
She was.
And from your interactions outside of what we're talking about today, your interactions with Ms. Sweet, how was her job performance?
Her job performance was exceptional.
She's a good customer service associate.
She was very good. She was good with customers. She was one of my more knowledgeable clerks. Yeah.
Prior to the events of today's hearing that are subject of today's hearing, did she have a disciplinary record with you?
No.
Did you ever have any reason to consider discipline prior to what happened in May 2023?
No, there were times when, that she never said it directly to me, but she said it quite often from getting information from supervisors and other employees that she would threaten to quit. But I never addressed it. I never had to bring it to any disciplinary reason. I never counseled her or anything like that.
Are you familiar with the events that took place with Ms. Sweet around May 22nd and May 23rd of 2023?
I am.
And can you explain to the board your recollection, your side of the story from what happened on those days as it affected April Sweet's employment?
Yeah, so on Tuesday morning, I came into work. I was out of the office on Monday. On Tuesday morning, I came in and Becky said that she needed to talk to me and about an incident that happened with April. I said, okay, well, as soon as we opened up for business, I told Mary and Becky to come to my office. And when we got there, they said, well, April was late for work yesterday, which was going to make her short on time because she had maxed out all of her days that were planned, and that but they had a plan that she was maxed out on time. She was late an hour and a half, so she wouldn't have the time to take for the following week. But they had made a plan to where she could work some extra time and to help make up for that. And when they brought her in to tell her that what the plan was, that April got very upset. She started crying and threatened to quit again. And finally, cooler head prevailed, and Becky explained to her what they were going to do, explained the plan, and April agreed to it. So I said, okay, I want to talk to April. So let's go get April. So April comes into my office, and the first thing I asked April is, I said, April, I heard that you said you were going to quit again. Did you say you were going to quit again? She said, yes. I said, I'm going to quit. I am going to quit. And I said, okay, does that mean I can accept this as your resignation? And she said, yes. I said, okay, when is that effective? Is it today? Is it 2 weeks? When? And then she immediately wanted to talk about the timekeeping. And I can explain the timekeeping later on. I would like to readdress that later, So after we explained the timekeeping, she didn't agree with the timekeeping again. And I said, and she said, I offered, I said, I can go into ADP and I can account for every minute that you work. I can go line by line, day by day, and look at the minutes that you clocked in and when you clocked out. And I did that, and that's in one of the exhibits there. And I said, I could do that. Do you want me to do that? And she said, yes, I want you to do that. And I said, well, I could do that, but what does it matter, because I've already accepted your resignation, right? And she said, yes. Then she wanted to talk about the 30-minute break, or she wanted to talk more about the timekeeping and the breaks. And She said that I don't have the option to give them breaks, that I have to give them breaks, and I explained to her, no, that is at my discretion. I give them breaks because I care about them. They work very hard up at the counter. They deal with a lot of angry customers sometimes because they're in there paying taxes, and they need a break. They need to be able to catch their breath, step away, go get a drink of water, go use the restroom. I want to give them their breaks. They are paid breaks. They do not have to clock out. That's a 15-minute break in the morning and a 15-minute break in the afternoon, plus their lunch hour. Their lunch hour is not paid. So I explained to her that, hey, even though you have to clock in at 7:53, and some days you get off at 4:45, some days you may get off at 4:50, it's a wash when you look at that. But because I give you 2 15-minute breaks, 30 minutes, it's not even close that you're working 8-hour days or that you're being paid or you're working off the clock. That does not happen, okay? I said, but that doesn't matter anymore because I've already accepted your resignation, right? And she said, yes. No less than 2 times that I asked that. And then I asked, when is your resignation accepted? And I said that at least 3 times. And I asked her, when is your resignation effective? Today, 2 weeks, when? What is it? She didn't answer. She got up to leave before I adjourned the meeting. And as she got up to leave, Mary said, April, when is your effective date of your resignation? And she said, he said today. And he said, so today. So she left my office, went and got her things and left the building. I never said that her resignation had to be effective today. I said I accepted it. Can I accept this as your resignation? She said yes, and I said, when is it effective? And she never answered that until she walked out the door. Not at any point in that meeting with her did "you're fired" or "your employment is terminated" ever come, or anything similar to that ever come out of my mouth. When I asked her for her resignation, and I asked her several different times, I was giving her an opportunity to say no, she didn't want to resign. I was hoping she wouldn't want to resign because losing a qualified, good clerk like her is very painful to my office. We have so much time invested in them, and if you have to start over, it hurts your wait times. It hurts your customer service. I called her bluff, and come to find out she wasn't bluffing, right? She quit.
Okay, I'm going to take you back a couple steps here.
Okay?
So when you called her into your office, was your intention of that meeting to terminate Ms. Sweet?
Absolutely not. It was
What did you envision this meeting was going to, what was going to happen when she came into your office? What was in your mind going into it?
I was hoping that, like I said, I wanted to correct the behavior of saying you're going to quit. So like I said, I called her bluff, and then come to find out she wasn't bluffing. I did not want her to quit. My intention was not to fire her, but to correct what she was doing. I wanted to, when I called her in, I was going to see how the meeting went, and if she didn't want to quit like she said, I was going to give her a written reprimand and file that with HR. That was the most that was going to happen. But I wanted to stop that behavior.
And I want to go back to the timekeeping issue because that's come up a couple times. Can you explain to the board, maybe probably better than anybody else, what the 753 rule is, what your expectations are as the employer, and how that operates within your office?
Yeah. So run a place of business, right? We are a business. We serve the public. We open at 8 o'clock. I can't have clerks showing up at 8 o'clock and not be ready to serve the customers. So 7 minutes prior to 8, 7:53 is the time that they have to be in the office. They are not off the clock. It's a condition of employment that you're at the office at 7:53 and you're ready to go by 8 o'clock. It has to be, because we have to be ready for our customers. So how the timekeeping works in the county is, so it is at 7:53 they're here. ADP is our timekeeping system, right? It doesn't align with my hours. It kind of does. But if they have to clock in 7 minutes early, at the end of the day, they can get off at 4:45, but they're actually paid till 5 o'clock, the way the county gives. The county gives 15 minutes, okay? But, so that's 7 minutes in the morning that they have to work early is made up at the end of the day when they can get off early a few days a week, right? It's a wash for most of them. After April left, I went in and I ran her numbers. I ran everybody's numbers in the office, and every one that I ran were under the average 8-hour day, except for 3. Okay, one of them was about 38 minutes. Another one was about an hour and a half, and those 2 people who were still there, because this is after April left, I comped them those times. I was like, oh, even though I give them 30-minute breaks, I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt, because I always try to give my employees the benefit of the doubt because I care about them, right? And I would never, ever take anything from them. So I comped those people. I would have done the same from April if she hadn't quit. April, I went back from January to May 22nd for that entire year and looked at each one of her this entire year and looked at each one of her punches, and she was 112 minutes over, and that's in one of the exhibits. I would have been happy to give her an hour and 52 minutes comp time. I would have rounded it off to 2, right? Because like I said, I would never take, even though I give her 2 paid 15-minute breaks, 30 minutes a day, just to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'd have had no problem. I would have given her the $40 out of my wallet to, if I had to, but I would have comped her that time.
And
So everyone in that office now is under the average 8 hours because of the 7:53, but being able to clock out at 4:45. No one is working over an 8-hour day, and if there's some days they may, but on average, no one is over that right now.
And what happens when an employee shows up after 7:53 but before 8 o'clock? Are they disciplined? Are they in trouble? What's the general office policy if you're not clocked in at 7:53?
I'm pretty lenient on that. My clerks work really hard, and if it becomes if it's chronic, I address it. I had one employee that I had to address that with, but it usually doesn't happen that often. It happens occasionally. As long as they're ready by 8 o'clock, I don't cause a big stink out of it. Like I said, they work really hard. I need them. They're the face of the county. Sometimes you run a little bit late.
Were there times when April would come in after 7:53 but still be ready to go at 8 o'clock?
Yeah.
And in those situations, did you formally discipline her?
No.
But she knew that doors open at 8, got to be ready by 8.
Got to be ready by 8.
Okay. And in the course, so I want to go back to, now that we've kind of addressed that, over the course of your conversation with April that morning, did you ever say, your leave's been denied, you can't have your bereavement leave, or you're going to be out of time next week?
No, I did not. As a matter of fact, the week before, whatever, when I had heard about April's stepmother, I approached her at her desk and said, hey, if you need any extra bereavement time, just let me know. We'll see what we can work out.
And over the course of this meeting on May 23rd, did you ever say you're fired or you're terminated?
No.
In the event that you did want to terminate her, do you understand that she would be subject to additional due process rights, such as a Loudermill hearing?
Yes.
And if you wanted to terminate her, would you have gone through that process?
Absolutely.
And I know you've already told the board this, but what effect did her leaving the office have on you and on the office as a whole?
I care about my people. We've made so many improvements in that office, and it's all because of them. Losing someone like April, especially right in our peak season, summer is our peak season. May starts getting busy in May. June, July, and August are our busiest months. So losing a seasoned, knowledgeable clerk like that is very painful operationally. And I was hurt for April personally because I know she needs the job. I know she was going through a lot. But if she quits, what can I do? She resigned.
And I want to turn your attention to exhibit, you have a binder in front of you, some are numbered and some are lettered.
Yep.
Exhibit 3, which should be Personnel Rules and Regulation, Rule 13, Regulation 1. Is that what you're seeing in front of you?
Exhibit 3?
It should be.
Okay, yep.
It's a 3-pager.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So is it your understanding if an employee wants to voluntarily resign, that in the usual course of business, that should be a written resignation?
Yeah, usually.
Okay. In this case, did you receive a written resignation from Ms. Sweet?
I did not receive a written resignation because she left immediately before the meeting was adjourned.
And when you say before the meeting was adjourned, what do you mean by
I
that?
didn't end the meeting before she got up to leave, and Mary asked her, when is your effective date?
And after that meeting, what happened with April? Did she leave the building? Did she go back to work?
No, she went and got her things and left the building.
So in your opinion, what does that mean as far as her intention to continue employment that day?
It means she quit.
So if you look at the first page of Exhibit 3, Section 2, subsection H is the very last paragraph on that page. It says, employees who fail to provide adequate notice of resignation shall be deemed to have quit or abandoned their jobs and will be designated as ineligible for rehire. Is that what happened here?
Absolutely what happened.
And because she failed to give adequate notice, did you expect to get a written resignation from her?
No, I did not.
And the last sentence says, any extenuating circumstances will be viewed and documented on a case-by-case basis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there any extenuating circumstances that you considered when it was determined that she had voluntarily resigned?
She voluntarily resigned. I asked her several times, and she said yes, she was resigning, and then she left.
And after she left the meeting that morning, did you have any further contact with Ms. Sweet?
No. I was
Outside
kind of expecting a phone call. I was hoping for a phone call from her, but I never got that. She called her attorney instead.
And outside of filing her appeal and appearing here today, have you had any further contact with Ms. Sweet?
No.
And then so at the end of that meeting, she says, today's my resignation right now. She walks out the building. In your mind, by not coming to work the next day, is that affirming that she had quit her job?
Yes, by leaving that day, because she left the building, and immediately after that, losing a person, someone quitting on the day and not giving any notice gives me, as a manager, gives me no time to requisition people. If you lose somebody, you're looking at 6 weeks, best case scenario, before you get someone, because you have to advertise, you have to interview, and if they're working somewhere else, usually you have to give a couple of weeks notice. So when she quit, I immediately sent HR and said, hey, this is what happened, and I would like to put an ad out, because we're in the middle of our peak season, and this year is more busy than usual because it's a plate year, so we're getting a lot more foot traffic in the office. So losing a clerk, especially a knowledgeable clerk, I needed to get that ad out immediately, and that's what we did.
And then if you turn to County Exhibit 4,
Okay?
is that your statement that you provided to HR the day of her term or her resignation?
It is, yes.
Is there anything else about Ms. Sweet that you believe would be beneficial for the board to know to make a decision today?
No,
Do you think that reinstatement is appropriate for Ms. Sweet?
no.
Why not?
I've already hired someone else. I have no positions available, and she left the office high and dry when she quit that day.
I have no more questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon, sir.
County Exhibit Number 4.
Okay.
This is a statement that you provided at 11 o'clock in the morning on May 23rd, right?
Mm-hmm.
An email that you prepared, and then you sent it to Ms. Galecki?
Yes.
Okay. And so you wrote, "I accept your resignation." After she said, you asked her, "I heard that you threatened to quit again yesterday." And she said, quote, "Yes, I did." And you said, I then said, "I accept your resignation," period, right?
Can I accept that as your resignation? Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you
And
look,
I asked her 3 different times if I was accepting her resignation.
okay, that's not what he wrote at 11 o'clock in the morning, 11,
And that's my statement.
okay, at 11:41, the day of, you asked her, according to your statement, you stated, you asked her that you said, "I heard you threatened to quit again yesterday." And she said, "Yes, I did." And your response was, "I accept your resignation." That was your response to her saying, "Yes, I threatened to quit."
This is a summary of what happened. When I wrote the written response to her grievance, I got more specific.
And that was on the 7th of June, right?
I'll have to look at the date.
Okay.
Do you have the exhibit number? Do you have the exhibit?
Might be easier if I just go off the county's list. The grievance or the appeal, either one. You guys,
That was on June 8th, 2023.
right.
Trace's response is Exhibit 10. So the first page is
Yes.
just the form, but then the second
Yeah.
page of Exhibit 10 is Mr.
It's on,
Jones's
it's on my
response.
letterhead.
And your response was that was when you wrote this more detailed statement.
Yes.
But-
I didn't know that we were coming to that she was filing a grievance. This was a quick summary to HR to let them know what happened. I got more detailed in the grievance response.
Now, the, was there any conversation that you had with either Mary Davis or Ms. Plummer Galecki regarding these circumstances? Or did you just send that email because you thought you should?
No, yeah, I work with HR all the time, and I first called, I believe I called Carrie and said, hey, here's what happened. I'll send you a statement, and I'll have Becky and Mary send a statement, because that's standard when someone quits or resigns, that they need that record.
And you understand under county's Exhibit 3, the employees who are who desire to terminate their employment must submit a written resignation to the department head, right? Rule
We would
2.
like to get one, but if you can't collect one, it's not necessary, especially when they leave the same day.
Well, according to the statement that you wrote the same day, you just accepted her resignation. You didn't ask for a resignation, did you?
I had asked for her resignation. I asked her can I accept this as your resignation? She said yes. And then throughout the conversation, I said, it doesn't, about talking about the timekeeping, I said, it doesn't matter now because I've already accepted your resignation, right? And she said yes. And then I said that one more time after talking to her about the breaks. So I asked her on 3 different times to give her a chance to take it back, to walk it back and say, no, I don't want to quit, but she never did.
And you didn't ask her to put it in writing?
I did not ask her to put it in writing. She left, she got up before my meeting was over and left.
You didn't ask her to come back?
How am I going to ask her to come back?
Well,
She left.
you have
She
her-
quit.
Your
She abandoned her position.
Here's the deal.
She
I'm gonna ask you
abandoned her
questions.
position. I
Sir.
do not have to have it in writing according to the personnel regulations H.
I'm just going to ask you questions and ask you to answer those questions.
I'm answering.
If you want to editorialize later, I'm sure that you'll get that opportunity, okay?
I'm giving the full story.
Well, I would expect that the full story would be in the email that you wrote on the day that it happened, right?
That was a summary to HR of what happened when she got the grievance. If I'd have known there would have been a grievance, I probably would have wrote it a little more detailed, but the response to the grievance is the more detailed one. The one to HR was a quick summary of what happened before I knew there was a grievance being filed.
But your statement was that she left.
Yes. She abandoned her position, so I didn't need a written statement, a written resignation.
And you have her contact information, right?
She quit her job. Why do I need to call her?
I didn't ask you that. I asked you whether you did have the information, yes or no.
Yes,
And you could have called her, yes,
I could have called her.
and you
She
didn't.
could have called me.
But you had told her, I accept your resignation, right?
I asked her for her, if that means I could accept does that mean that this is your resignation? She said yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about the letter that you wrote in response to the grievance. First of all, you said she didn't come to me, she went to her attorney, right?
Yeah, I was expecting a call back from her. I was hoping for a call back from her saying, hey, I don't really want to quit. I would have let her come back.
Did you let her union know that?
I have no contact with the union.
Do you know that she's represented by a union?
I do.
Okay. Did you maybe ask one of the union reps to come in and participate in this meeting?
No, it's not my responsibility when someone quits to call the union and say, hey, please have her come back.
But the purpose of the meeting was to address the threats to quit, and that you thought you might be disciplining her, right?
Yes, yes.
And she's entitled to a union rep when she's being questioned about things that might lead to discipline, is she not?
There are certain things that happen in an office that, like this, that I do not have to contact the union on for everyday things. If it would have progressed further to where I had to terminate, of course the union would have been called. But if I would have needed to provide a written reprimand, I would have contacted HR and we'd have worked through it like that. Okay. But that's not the way it played out. She quit.
Now, in your letter that you sent to her in response to the grievance, I'm looking at page 2. This is would be page 3 of Exhibit 10.
Can you say that again?
Page 3 of Exhibit 10. So that would be the second page of your letter.
Okay.
And this is where you relate that after she left the building, I went into the ADP and reviewed her time from January 1 of 2023 to May 23rd, right?
Yes, May 22nd.
Okay. And in that time, it reflected that she was 1 hour and 52 minutes over an average 40-hour work week based on her time reports, correct?
An hour and 52 minutes over the entire year.
Well, it wouldn't have been the entire year. It would have been from January 1 of 23
Up to that point.
Okay, so
5 months. A little bit shy of 5 months.
And you certainly would have access to the records for the time frame before that when she worked there.
I would.
And did you look at that to see?
I did not. It was so minimal. It was kind of ridiculous.
But of the 3 that you said you looked at that were over, she was over by the most, right?
She was over by, yeah, she was over the most.
Then you said that because she didn't work the rest of the day, that was 420 minutes, which she was paid for but didn't work, right?
right? We paid her for the entire day. She only worked 1 hour that day.
And so you indicated that if we counted that time less the time that she worked over a 40-hour average, then she was paid for 308 minutes, right?
Yes,
Okay, and then you got into the next paragraph, you start talking about the break issue.
yep,
And you said that this does not, finally, this does not include the 2 floating holidays the county gave all employee association personnel after the collective bargaining negotiations ended, right?
right.
Now, the county was obligated to pay for the 2 floating holidays, were they not?
She had already received, the county, after the negotiations, the county gave all employees two floating holidays, but she had already been paid for Columbus Day. And she was, so,
Okay, let me try to ask the question again. The county was obligated to pay the 2 floating holidays, were they not?
yes,
Okay, and that's because they promised in a contract that they would in exchange for the services that the employees gave, correct?
yes, and she had already been paid for one of those holidays. She had already been paid for Columbus Day. And but she still got it, and that's the one that was taken away.
So the contract was settled in March of 2023, right?
Right,
And there was, the prior contract allowed for Columbus Day as a paid holiday. Is that what you're talking about?
exactly.
And during the time that the contract had expired and they were negotiating a replacement agreement, the county continued to follow the previous agreement, correct?
Yes.
So they were
The holiday schedule, yeah.
they were obligated to pay her for Columbus Day, and they paid not only her, but everybody else covered by that contract.
Okay.
Do you disagree with that?
No, I agree with that.
Okay.
But can we say what it actually is, though, instead of leaving it out there
No, I'm
like
good.
this?
Well, if you-
Because the holidays that they get, the 2 floating holidays, Columbus Day was canceled, right? Columbus Day, they stopped paying for, right? So that was on the table. Christmas Eve, they're not doing Christmas Eve anymore, the 4 hours. They're giving 2 8-hour floating holidays. So after the negotiations were approved in March, Columbus Day had already happened. So the county generously gave 2 floating holidays and says, take them before the end of the fiscal year. But they had already been paid for Columbus Day, right? So that's one of the days that was going to be replaced by the floating holiday. So that's what it means.
Okay, but they were obligated to pay those floating holidays under the contract, right?
This year they are, yes.
And they were last year too.
Yep, and she was already paid for one of the days that was replaced.
And she was paid for that because they were obligated at that time to pay her, correct?
Yes,
All right. So your statement in your letter that you had already been given a paid holiday for Columbus Day and the other was for Christmas Eve, which we did not get this year because it fell on a weekend. That's an additional 960 minutes or 16 hours. Christmas Eve was not an 8-hour holiday, was it?
it was 4.
Okay, so it really
But it was replaced with an 8-hour floating holiday.
but the holidays that you're saying she was paid for was 12 hours. Christmas Eve and Columbus Day,
Okay.
right? Okay.
She said she wanted an exact timekeeping, so that's what I was doing there, giving an exact minute-to-minute timekeeping.
Except that you're counting hours as being,
I'll give you the 4 hours, the 4 hours floating. So it wasn't 960, it was 240 minus that.
but the time that she got paid for that non-work time was a fringe benefit of her employment guaranteed by a contract rather than just something you gave to her, was it not?
Yes,
In order to get a pay raise on the schedule, to move from one step to the next on moving on the pay line, the employee had to have satisfactory performance, right?
yes,
And she had satisfactory performance. Even in May, she advanced on the pay line.
she did.
Now, what is the basis for your statement that you're not obligated to provide the 15-minute breaks as paid leave?
If my operational tempo doesn't allow for me to give, meaning I'm having long wait times, then I run that office and I can determine if we give breaks or not. The breaks are up to me. The breaks are not a guaranteed thing. The breaks are because I care about them and they need them, but I do not have to give them breaks. The only thing I'm required to give is a lunch hour.
Is there some policy or rule or regulation that you're aware of that provides for that?
I would have to defer to HR on that. I've asked that several times with HR, do I have to give breaks? And the answer is no, I do not have to give breaks. It's up to my
Your personal
discretion.
feeling is that it's right and the right thing to do as long as the workload allows?
Yes.
Okay. So you wrote in Exhibit 4, you said, before she left, I asked her what day her resignation is effective. She said today, then left, right?
Yes.
And you hear from Ms. Golda's testimony?
Mary asked her that. Mary asked, because she didn't answer me. Mary asked her, said, April, when is your effective date? And she said, he said today, so today. But I never said that it's today. I asked her when it was going to be effective several times.
But you did say that I accept your resignation today.
I said, I accept your resignation. Yeah. I said, and I asked her, I said, does this mean I can accept your resignation? She said, yes.
Those are the questions I have. Thank you, sir.
I have no redirect.
Anyone from the board?
Good afternoon, Treasurer Jones.
Good afternoon, sir.
I believe yesterday, maybe the county board recognized you for your service. Is that correct, or was it last Tuesday?
It was yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yes.
When is your term, when's your last day in the office?
When is my last day in the office? Today.
Okay.
I'm actually going to go in tomorrow. And I got to do some out processing as a military term.
Okay. And it is unbelievable what you've done in the office. I believe when they said you took over, it used to be a 78-minute waiting time. You got it down to 10.8 minutes, and then you got it down to 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. It's less than 3 minutes now, average wait time.
And you were obviously in the office when the former treasurer was removed by the county board. Could you just briefly tell us what the office was like, not only from a worker standpoint, but by a time in and time out standpoint?
Yeah, I didn't actually work in the treasurer's office.
Okay. I'm sorry, my apologies.
No, that's okay. I worked in the Veteran Service Office, so I saw it every day. But then after I took over, the wait times were the day I took over, the wait times were still averaging 7 to 8 minutes, 3.5 hour wait time, during lunchtime, during the lunch hour. And when I first took over, there was, I'm sorry, can you ask your question again, what you want me to say?
I just kind of wanted the mood of the office because of what was transpiring from the former treasurer being removed from the county, by the county board, and then maybe the work hours, if you know. If you don't know, that's fine too.
Well, the mood in the office was, there was a toxic leadership environment in that office, and the employees were beat down, right? And they have been treated poorly by management. They have been treated poorly by the public because what happened with the previous treasurer reflected on them unfairly because it wasn't their fault. They were still trying to do their job. Processes in the motor vehicle section were broken. There were people, we were 4 clerks short of, there was 4 clerks that left that no requisitions were put in for them to replace them. We had opening hours were from 7 in the morning till 6 at night. And they had to do that. They only had 9 trained clerks, and to cover those, you had to do 3 shifts. So you would open it at, you know, if you do the math, that's only three clerks opening at 7 o'clock in the morning when you got 40 people in line. So automatically you're behind. So wait times were astronomical because of the poor customer service hours, because the processes were broken, because they didn't have enough trained clerks. They didn't have enough people on there. So we had to come in and fix all that. The employees were taking the brunt of it, and it was unfair because of the poor leadership that was in there.
And the reason I bring that up is for 3 reasons. Number one, you gave all the credit to your employees, but I commend you because somebody had to manage that. And you've done a wonderful job at that, but you give all the credit to your staff, which is very admirable. But also, I bring it up because Ms. Sweet worked for the former treasurer and worked in that environment, that atmosphere. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So just from this documentation, would you agree Ms. Sweet is emotional at times? I mean,
Yes.
offering over 24 times to resign. Could some of that have been lingered from the previous?
I think so. You know, she was new when a lot of that was coming to a head. So, and she felt she wasn't properly trained, and she wasn't. She got put up at the window and thrown to the wolves, right? So she was scared that she was going to do something wrong. And you know, I know the supervisors tried to comfort her and say, "Hey, you can't." And you know, most things you can do, we can reverse out, right? So try not to worry about it. But she was very. When I first came in, I had meetings with everyone. I had in particular, I had a meeting where a couple of people said, "Hey, some people don't want to meet with you in the office. We want to meet outside of the office." So we met in this building. I thought 3 or 4 people were going to show up, and 16 people showed up. And I listened for 3 hours of how poorly they were treated. And April was one of the ones that told me her story. My heart broke for her because she was new and she was scared she was going to mess up, and she was scared she was going to get fired because the leadership was not good.
And so you were a coach and a mentor during your tenure?
I came in with a high love attitude, absolutely.
The day before, I guess it'd be May 21st, you had the day off, and then you must have received text or telephone calls or both, because in the morning, or was it the next morning they informed you? Was it the night before they informed you of Ms. Sweet's behavior, or was it the next day?
Believe Becky sent me a text that said, "Hey, I need to talk to you first thing in the morning about the incident that happened." So when I came in the morning, I said, "All right, let's do this as soon as we get open."
So because of the previous behavior, you were, and these are your words, I believe, you're going to call the bluff and potentially give her a written reprimand, depending on how the meeting went.
Yes, sir.
Okay. During the conversation, emotions rose again. Ms. Sweet left the meeting early, according to your testimony.
Yes.
And during that meeting, is there a reason, when I know you said 2 or 3 times, it doesn't matter because I've accepted your resignation, and I might not be saying that verbatim, but you stated on a couple, 3 times during that meeting, it doesn't matter because I've already accepted your resignation. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is there any reason you didn't terminate the conversation with Ms. Sweet when she was asking questions? I mean, she was asking questions not as a "I just quit" employee, in my opinion, but as a "what about, this, and I haven't been subject to that." And, it seemed like she really didn't disconnect. She really didn't. I mean, she said she's going to resign, but she was speaking not in past tense. She was still speaking as an employee, as somebody that wanted to, in my opinion, retain her employment. Is there any reason you didn't just terminate and say, "I've already accepted your resignation," and then just say, "What date would you like to put on it?"
Yeah, I was trying. The reason I didn't, after she said that, yes, that you can consider that my resignation, she immediately wanted to talk about the timekeeping, and I wanted to explain to her because I wanted her to understand that I'm not taking from her, and if I am, I'm going to make it up to her. And I wanted her to understand about the breaks, that I'm being generous with the breaks, and that's part of the timekeeping, right? So you're not paid off the clock. You're actually working less. But I was hoping, when I was continually asking her that it doesn't matter, I was hoping that she would backtrack and say, "I don't want to quit. But she never did. She never came, I gave her plenty of chances to say that.
I understand that, and so it sounds like both of you were on the same page, you just didn't communicate it very well to each other. She really probably didn't want to resign, and you really didn't want to accept her resignation. Is that a
I
fair
think that's
statement?
fair.
And then just the last thing, under number 3, the Rule 13, under H, where it says, and we've been through this, employees who fail to provide adequate notice, she's ineligible for rehire because of these circumstances. And if I documented this correctly, you said she's more than qualified, very knowledgeable, and an exceptional employee.
Yeah, other than the outbursts.
Yeah, other
she
than
is-
that-
Yeah, when it comes to her job performance, she is exceptional.
Yeah. So, but she is ineligible for rehire, if we'd agree on that?
At the time, but that was one of the counter offers that we made, right? That
Object to the reference.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Okay.
That ineligible for rehire is just an HR designation. That's not a trace
Oh,
decision.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a
I
county
withdraw
policy.
that question. I apologize.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand it
I didn't-
completely, so.
But I do appreciate what you've done, and I appreciate you testifying today.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Jones, I just have a couple quick questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So on the day that April left, I assume that left you without a teller, without a customer service person, so the office was probably shorthanded and a little bit crazy, is that correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so could that be one of the reasons why your summary was a little bit abbreviated, because you were just trying to get the main issues out for human resources to kind of know the main issues, what was going on, but maybe not word for word?
Yes.
Okay. Another question that I had for you was it pretty regular for the employees to kind of talk or gossip about what was going on in the office?
You know, I'm sure that goes on. I can't control. I don't like gossip, and you know, especially if it's a negative. But I think most of the time we had a very light-hearted conversations in the office, and you know, there had been some history from the previous of employees arguing, but it seemed that we had all those worked out, because my only rule in the office is respect. We're going to respect each other, and whether you like someone or not, you're going to respect them, and that's going to be our foundation of our office.
And
So
let me-
I'm sure there was some gossip, but I just don't know of it.
Okay, do you recall specifically if there was any chatter either that day or the next day about April leaving?
I don't know any specific.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
You
Any other questions? Thank you.
And with that testimony, the county would rest. However, I would ask if we could have just like a 5-minute recess
Any
before
objections?
before he
Could-
takes.
Based on the questions that were asked, I have a couple of follow-up questions,
Go ahead.
if I may. Mr. Jones, you had the opportunity to write the Exhibit 4 even though you had a busy day, right? Because now you're down somebody in response to Ms. Tatton's questions?
There's a lot of factors of why it was a summary. And being busy, yes, that's one of them.
But you attached to your email, you provided the statements that Mary and Becky provided, right?
I did.
And are those what are in evidence as Exhibit 5 and Exhibit 6?
Yes. Yes.
And Becky, I'm sorry, Mary Golda in Exhibit 5, she wrote, quote, April, this is a statement attributed to you in the second line from the bottom. at the meeting, Trace said to April, "April, I heard you threaten to quit again," end quote. She said, quote, "Yes," end quote. And he said, quote, "I told you that if I heard you threaten to quit again, that I'm taking that as your resignation. When do you want to make this to be made official?" That's the conversation that she reported most recent to the events as it taking place, which is very similar, is it not, to your recollection that you said, "I heard you threaten to quit again yesterday." She said, "Yes." And I said, "I accept that as your resignation."
This was her summary too. This is how she remembered it.
Within hours, with
Yeah.
less than an hour and a half away from the time that it happened, right?
Yes.
Right. Now, did you ever, but you understand, the employee will be asked if they're resigning to submit or complete an exit interview questionnaire. Did you ever ask her to do that?
She got up and left. I didn't have a chance to.
But you didn't call her, you didn't call HR and ask her to get an exit interview,
Nope.
and if she would have had an exit interview, maybe she would have gotten these problems resolved and you would have lost this excellent employee, right?
She called HR after she left.
She called HR.
From what I understand, she called HR, left a voicemail. Is that correct?
And she and said that she didn't resign.
She said she was terminated, which is not the case.
But even that day, the Sarpy County had told you that she called them and said she didn't resign.
I did not know. I did not know about that email until last week or something like that. I didn't know about that voicemail. I never knew that information until last week or so.
But now you understand that even that at that day, she was contending that she didn't resign her employment.
I understood that she was continuing she's saying that she was fired when she filed the grievance.
But you understand that when she called HR the day of May 23rd, 2023, she indicated that she didn't resign her employment at that time.
I didn't know she had that conversation with HR at the time.
But you understand that that took place today, right?
I understand that took place today, but it is inaccurate.
But if she had resigned,
Which she did.
okay, then she would be offered an exit interview, but you didn't do that for her, did you?
I did not, because she got up and left. I didn't have a chance.
And it's supposed to be done in writing, but you didn't ask her to reduce it to writing.
She abandoned her workplace, so I did not need to collect it in writing. It says so right here in the Personnel Policy Exhibit 3, paragraph H.
Well, but did she abandon her job or did she resign?
She resigned, and then she left. So she left the same day.
Those are the questions I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Trace.
So at this point, the county would rest and would ask for a brief recess. And I just need like 5 minutes.
Do we need a motion for a recess?
Go ahead and take a motion for the recess.
Who motioned,
I'll
sorry?
move.
Who motioned?
Randy?
Okay,
I'll move that we take a recess for 5 minutes.
I'll second the motion to recess for 5 minutes.
Motion made and seconded for recess. And I thought mine must not have,
yours didn't take, and John, yours didn't take, George.
I don't think mine's recorded.
Can I just fill it in?
All in favor?
All in,
I got it. I filled it in for you.
Okay,
I touch these things and they screw up.
I hear you, I know.
You laugh. Do we need a motion to come back into session?
Okay.
Yes.
Make a motion, return to,
I think, is she ready? Are you ready?
Oh, hang on. I just messed up. Go ahead. Yeah, I need a motion.
make a motion to return into session.
I'll move that we return back into session.
I second it.
Ready? Ms. Sweet, will you please state your full legal name?
April R. Sweet.
And would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Sweet, could you please tell the board, when is it that you started working for Sarpy County?
It was December, I believe, of 20.
I'm going to ask you to talk into the
Oh, I'm
microphone so that there's a recording made of what you say.
I believe it was December of 2020, the 14th or so day.
And was your job title always customer service associate?
No, it was trainee before, when I first started.
So when you completed your probation, you became a customer service associate?
Correct.
And essentially, what were your job duties? A typical day, what did you do?
We greet people. We did, because I didn't know how to do titles, I was assigned to just doing renewals. So doing renewals for people and separating the expiration tags and helping with returning phone calls or emails that, that a customer or client would have.
And when you started, were your hours such that you were supposed to come in and be at your workplace at 7:53, ready to go and clocked in?
Correct.
And did you ever raise any concerns or complaints about that?
No, because when I was hired, they said we pay you from the 7:53. I was told that by the management at that time. You know, we like to have you here, but we really like to have you guys up and ready by 8.
And as time went on, did you ever complain about the process whereby you weren't getting paid at 7:53 until 8 o'clock?
Yeah, was not aware of that until later. You know, probably maybe, I would say probably maybe a year ago that we didn't get that.
And just looking at Exhibit 10, which is Mr. Jones's response to your grievance. He had attached an email he sent out in October 25th of 2022 at the third page of that grievance. You see that? Right there, the third page.
Okay.
There's an email from Mr. Jones to the customer support treasurer's office regarding timekeeping complaints. Were those complaints that you raised?
Not just me, but I did raise one of those, yes.
So that's when roughly about the time that you found out that this was how you were being compensated.
Correct.
And there was previous testimony today that you had made numerous threats or statements that you're just going to quit. What is your response to that, if any?
Not true. I brought up issues being degraded by a supervisor in front of the customer to Trace and Becky. And I said, this is not okay. No one should have to work on it, and I will not work underneath that because it was degrading. I got apologized by the customer for getting me in trouble. It ended up being a father that paid sales tax on a vehicle, and then the loan fell through. And then daughter and mom were put on the vehicle and did a new loan. So the state looks at that like he sold that car, so they're supposed to do that again. So I went and asked my one of the title clerks, you know, is this an issue? Do I move forward? It's not letting me to move forward. And she said, let's go ask Mary. And we were asking Mary, and she was like, no, you guys are right, but yet, no, I don't know. Just go ahead and go through it. And I was like, I can't get past this point on my computer. And so when I got there, she berated me. You know how to do your job. What is wrong with you? I can't believe this. Okay, so after that, I wanted to talk to Mary, and Trace and Becky pulled us in for customer service to inform us of how well we're doing. How do they think that we are taking care of our customers, and what are we doing, you know? And so they're like, you do a great job. You're one of the best. You know, we really love how you do this, like, love this. And at the end, it was, do you have any more, you know, questions or concerns? And I said, on the lines of customer service, and I told them what happened, is this appropriate? And they said no. I said, but I want to talk to Mary by myself and smooth this, you know, and talk to her, because I understand it was stressful, but at the same time, it put me in a very awkward position, because I knew what great possibility for my client was that they're going to have to pay double on that and fight the state to get the money back, okay? And I didn't want her to go through that, because if she did, it's a lot of stress for the client or the customer, or, you know. And so I explained that to them, and Trace said, let's go ahead and bring Mary in. And I was like, okay, and spoke with that. And that's the time that I said, I'm not gonna work under that. That is not okay, that's degrading. You belittled me in front of a person, a client, and now I will not work under those situations.
You're gonna have to speak up. I don't think.
I'm sorry. I said I'm not gonna work under those, being, you know, degraded in front of somebody like that. Only time I've ever said anything is when it was issues addressing because they weren't correct, or they weren't right, or I'm asking for clarification, and people would talk really bad. Supervisors would say things behind my back, didn't know I was there because I asked questions. Well, I'm trying to learn my job, and I'm sorry that I've interrupted you with asking a question. I'm not supposed to ask questions, because I was not trained appropriately. By no means. I was left to my own demise. And
in May of 2023, did you lose your stepmother?
No, not that I know of.
No, your stepmother passed away?
Oh, my stepmother. May 11th of, yeah.
When did she die?
May 11th, roughly around 10:30 that night.
And were you close with her?
Yes, I was. I've known my stepmother since I was 7. So yeah, very close.
And did you also have some health issues around that time?
Yes, I had some. Yes, I did. I was losing so much blood that I couldn't keep it contained, and it was causing me to be anemic, and I had to get to the doctor to figure out what was going on in that area.
And after your stepmother died, were you responsible for planning her funeral?
Yes. And I was responsible to take on my 17-year-old brother.
Was she raising your 17-year-old brother?
Yes, by herself, yes.
So he was an unaccompanied minor at that point?
Correct. Yes.
And how old are you?
I'm 43.
Do you have any other children?
I have no children of my own.
So did he move in with you at that point?
Yes, he did.
Now, we talked earlier about the situation, if I may approach.
Yes.
I think that's the chair's job to say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You sure can.
We talked earlier about the situation with you're trying to take some time off, and after the Memorial Day holiday, where you had the celebration of life for your stepmother, right?
Correct.
And Ms. Carlson was, I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson was here and we talked with her about that. So in looking at the email exchange, do you remember having that email exchange?
Yes.
And as of the 17th of May, was it your understanding that you had the time to take those 4 days off to have the celebration of life and do all the things you needed to do for the week, the 4 days following the Memorial Day holiday in 2023?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that you could use both sick leave or vacation or comp time to accomplish, or bereavement leave, to accomplish these tasks?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson told you that once these changes were made regarding your leave designations, as of the 17th, you had 4 hours of sick leave and 8.58 hours of vacation, right?
Correct.
So we flash forward to the following Tuesday, which was May 22nd, and you showed up late for work, right?
Correct.
What happened?
My alarm didn't go off on the phone.
See, and you called in?
Yes, I did. I called in.
You came into work?
Correct.
And was it at that time that you were informed that you weren't going to have enough leave to actually take that following Friday off anymore?
Correct.
Were you upset about that?
I cried, yes.
Why were you upset?
I was upset because I was told before it was all good and go. And then Mary and Becky told me I had no sick time, no PTO time, no nothing for that day. And so I was like, I don't understand. You know, Miss Sue told me I had more than enough time. I understand I'm late. And I started crying. I was like, I don't know what to do.
And did they work out a plan so that you could work extra time during the week to build up comp time?
Correct.
And you agreed to do that?
Correct.
Did you raise the concern that this wouldn't be a problem if you were compensated for all the hours that you worked?
Yeah, I did. I did say that. I don't understand this, because if I was being paid for that time, I would have that comp time, and this wouldn't be, an issue.
After you worked late that night? Well, after the 5 o'clock time period, correct?
Correct.
And you heard Ms. Golda testify that you walked out with her?
Yes.
Did you tell her that you were just going to quit at that point?
I did not.
What did you say to her?
I told her, she asked me, why are you crying? I said, I just don't understand what's going on with how we're not paid for this, and I don't understand the breaks. I don't understand these things, and it's affecting my time. And she said, I understand, I agree with you. We've tried to talk to Trace multiple times about this to try to get a clarification and really understand what's going on, and we're not. And so it's just how it is, April. And I was like, I know, I'm just frustrated. She goes, you need to talk to Trace in the morning and have him run your numbers. I said, okay, I'll do that, and that was the end of our conversations.
But your testimony is you didn't tell him, I'm going to quit.
Right, no.
Walked in to work the next day. What time did you get there?
On time, probably about clock in at 5:53, I believe. But I'm always there about 5 to 7 minutes early because we have to count our drawer.
You count your drawer before you start?
Oh, yeah.
But you're not allowed to clock in until 7:53?
Correct.
So did you work for a period of time before you were asked to come into the office to talk with Mr. Jones?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I did. I came in at 4:45, so it's almost the same time I always come in. Came in at
You said
4:45.
4 or 7?
I mean, 7:45. 7:45. And I let Becky know, hey, I'm here. She's okay, clock in, and I was putting plates on the shelves.
Were you asked to come to a meeting?
I was approximately about 8:30, 8:45.
What happened at the meeting?
When I walked into the meeting, I sat down, and Trace said, why?
Who was there?
Trace, Becky, and Mary.
Okay, what happened?
Trace said, he said, why is it when everything gets hard for you that you want to quit on things? So I thought he was referring to the conversation before. I said, no, I said, I felt like this because I had so much going on, you know, with my brother, with my health, with this time, and I just don't understand why we're not being paid for that time. And I was like, you know, yes, I do work hard. You know, these are issues that we're having, address some of the issues that we were having in the office. And I said, I just, you know, I don't understand why, you know, we don't, you know, receive the breaks or whatever. And I understand if time does not allow it, I get it because we're busy, you know. But I also addressed, like, it's hard when you're threatening to take our breaks away totally, and you know, we're trying to make sure our breaks do not interfere with, you know, clientele. He said, well, when I questioned him, I was like, why are we not following the handbook? I don't understand. I thought this was in place, you know, so that we have the guidelines to follow. And he said, well, guess what? I've decided today is your resignation, starting today.
He said, I decided today is your resignation.
Yes,
Did you resign your employment?
I did not.
So in his statement that he wrote up the day of the occurrence, he said, I heard you threaten to quit again, and she said, yes, I did. Did that conversation take
That did
place?
not happen.
He wrote, I then said, I accept your resignation. Did he say that?
No.
What did he say?
He said, I've decided that today is your resignation. After that, he said that, I went quiet. I didn't say anything because at that point, I thought I was being fired, you know, because I thought I didn't give my resignation.
I'm sorry, did you say you didn't give him?
I didn't give him my resignation. I didn't say anything. I didn't give him a piece of paper that says why I'm resigning, which is normally the case. You know, I didn't understand. He said he could pull up all the ADP and show me where everything could be. I said, please do it. Help me to understand this. I want to understand. He said, oh yeah, that's right. I've decided today is your resignation. And I just shut my mouth. And then I shut my mouth and was quiet. And then he proceeded to say, well, let's try this. Let's pay you from the very minute that you clock in to the very minute that you clock out. And then we can see how the actual numbers are actually working out for you. I said, please, let's do that. Let's try. And he said, oh, that's right. I've decided that today is your resignation. And so I went quiet. I didn't say a word. I sat there, and Mary Golda was on my right side. And she looked at Trace, and Trace was turned away from our conversation, looking away. And she asked him, so what does this mean, Trace? You know, well, she's resigning. I didn't say nothing because at this point, I'm fired as far as I understand. And she's like, so he's like, I don't know. And so she looked at me, when's your last? I said, I have no clue. And then she asked him again, you know, when is your resignation? I don't know. And then
I'm sorry.
he
She
didn't
asked
know.
him again.
Yes.
Did he respond to her?
He responded something in the fact of, I don't know, she could choose.
She can choose?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, you can choose.
You need to say yes or no.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
And she asked me, so when's your last day? I said, I don't know again, but I said, well, I guess it's today since he's decided that my resignation's today. And we just sat there for a good 3 to 5 minutes in pure silence and nothing, nobody said anything, nothing. And I was like, well, I guess if there's nothing more to say, I'll go ahead and grab my stuff and go. I left the room. I did not shut the door. I did not slam the door. Mary did not come up and come after me at any point. They are all still seated in that room. No one said anything. I went to my counter, grabbed my purse, and I left. There was no other option given me, so I didn't know what else to do.
Did anybody ever offer you an exit interview or a questionnaire regarding an exit interview?
No.
Did you call HR?
I did call HR that day.
What'd you tell them?
I told them that I did not resign my position. I told them what happened, just like I told you. And, you know, they said they would have to investigate it. They would talk to him tomorrow and then get back to me on it.
And ultimately, did you contact your union rep?
Yes, I did.
And then you filed a grievance?
Correct.
Did you ever file a grievance before?
Never.
And you ever appeal any discipline action? Before?
No.
And you weren't disciplined in any way during the tenure of employment?
No, I was not.
When Mr. Jones provided you the response to your grievance about the review that he did for the 5 months, roughly, of 2023, and you had, at least in his review, worked over a 40-hour week by 112 minutes in that period for a total of 112. Was that consistent with your understanding of what was happening in the office?
Yes.
That you were working more than other people?
Correct.
Because of the time you came in and the time that you were allowed to leave?
Correct.
And he said here today that of the review that he did, 3 people were over 40 hours, but you were of the highest number of those 3?
Yes.
On an average?
Correct. Yes.
And the holiday pay that you received, that's because your contract with your union contract, correct?
Yes.
And have you returned to employment in any other capacity since you were terminated?
No, I'm looking. I was trying to look.
You're trying to find a job?
Yeah.
What is it that you want this board to do in reaction to your grievance or appeal?
To reinstate me and to see that the procedures and policy were not followed in either way, and that this would be a new start of, okay, these are the policies, these are the procedures, we know these things, because I don't think it was everybody understood what the policies of everybody in this situation understood what the policies and procedures are. I would like to be reinstated to do my job so I can keep caring for Sarpy County people and enjoy the people, because I really love people.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Sweet, I just have a couple questions for you. I'm trying to make it quick. First of all, I understand you've been through a lot, and I don't want to belittle that in any way. When you were going through your stepmother's death, bereavement, were you ever told by Trace or anyone else that your bereavement was not approved, or you couldn't take the time off you needed to take?
When it first happened, but when Miss Sue told me that I didn't have the time.
Okay, so I want to look at this email, the one that it's not in evidence, it's the separate thing that you guys can't see. On the
I don't object to offering that. If you
and
put it in
yeah,
the
I don't either. Why don't we just offer this email as an exhibit? I'll give you a copy of it when
Sure.
For your-
We'll let the record reflect that it is offered, it is accepted into evidence.
Exhibit 11.
County's exhibit 11.
County is 11. Perfect.
Thank you. And I'll get you guys a copy before you go deliberate. On the second page of this email, I kind of just want to make sure I understand where your head was at that Monday when you came in late. So this email is from Sue to you and Mary Golda, dated May 17th. At this point, you already had the 16 hours of bereavement plans, and then that Monday, the May 30th, or I guess that would have Tuesday, May 30th after Memorial Day, was changed to a vacation day. And so it says, after making those changes, you have 4 hours of sick and 8.58 hours of vacation if no more time is taken between now and then, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
So is your understanding that you, when you came to work on that Monday, you had the 8.58 hours of vacation, or did you understand that that 8 hours was being used to account for June 2nd, so you only had 0.58 hours?
Yes, and I was under the understanding I had the 4 hours too, because
The 4 hours of sick leave?
Correct.
Okay. So when you came to work on Monday, you understood you had 4 hours of sick leave and 0.58 hours of vacation leave on that Monday?
Correct.
Okay. That's what I wanted to clarify because I got a little confused there. Okay. But you didn't call in sick that Monday. You said, my alarm didn't go off, I'll be there late.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
But there was no conversation about your leave's denied. It was more of a conversation of now you're short. Let's figure out how we get you there.
Correct.
Okay. And then I just briefly, can you just turn to County's Exhibit 7 in that binder? This is a statement from Becky Bott, who is not available today because she's on vacation, but it's been accepted as evidence. I just want to point you to the very last paragraph in that, on that, that's just a one-pager. It says, April has been heard numerous times by myself, Mary Golda, and other employees since she started working here, stating she is just going to quit whenever things don't go her way or she doesn't understand a procedure. Her statement about quitting seems to be her response. Do you disagree with that characterization?
Yes, I disagree with it.
And then same with Exhibit 6, which is another statement from Becky Bott she wrote the day of the events in question on multiple times, that last sentence, on multiple times I have been a witness to April stating she's just going to quit anytime there is an issue or something does not go her way. Are you disagreeing with that characterization?
Correct.
And then if you just turn to Exhibit 5, this is Mary Golda's statement, which she also testified to today, where she testified and says in her statement that she's heard you say you want to quit multiple times or you're just going to quit. Is your testimony today that you disagree with that characterization?
Correct.
I have no more questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Board? Anyone?
No, is it?
Oh, sorry.
The resignation, whether it was I quit or I resign, was that something that you understood was accepted by the county?
Like turning in a resignation? Is that what you're?
Either way, voluntary, verbal or otherwise?
Yes, that would be if you verbally told them that you resigned or because as I understood it in the text, if you verbally resigned, they had a letter for you to sign that says you resigned your position, or you're required to turn in a resignation.
Either by a form or your own form?
Correct.
Okay. And do you see Exhibit 8 in there?
Yes,
The HR sent you that letter, right?
correct, yes.
Did they ever send you a questionnaire regarding the a post-employment interview or exit interview?
No, they did not.
Did they ever ask you to participate in one?
No, they did not.
And it was your understanding that you had 4 hours of sick and some vacation time, roughly 5.5 hours of vacation once they applied the 8 hours to your leave on the 2nd of June, right?
Yes,
And then you showed up to work on the 22nd late, and you were instructed now you couldn't take the June 2nd day off, right?
correct, yes,
That upset you for the reason that, one, you understood, having been told on the 17th, you were going to have that time off,
yes,
and you had plans with your family for that period of time,
yes,
and that you understood you could use bereavement leave or sick leave or vacation in order to accomplish this time.
yes,
And that because you spent time at work that wasn't being reported as work, that was also a problem for you. If it had been reported as work time, you would have more hours on the books to take care of these problems, correct?
yes.
Those are the questions I have. Thank you.
Board members, you wanted to redirect, sorry? No, I don't have anything. Okay.
I've got questions. April, so you said that you contacted HR the day after you, and I'll just use, resigned, in air quotes, and they told you they would conduct an investigation and they would get back to you. Did they get back to you?
Yes, she did.
And what did they state?
She said that, Trace said that you resigned. I told her I did not resign.
And when did they get back to you?
The next day,
Okay. Was there a reason that when you left the office at, 9:30 or whatever in the morning that you didn't go directly to the HR office and talk to them in person?
because I didn't know that's what you're supposed to do until I got a hold of my rep.
Okay. You said that you testified that you were berated, you had concerns about the pay and the breaks, and you've indicated that you never threatened to quit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why would you want to, as part of your, solution here, you want to be reinstated back into a job where these things are happening? Why?
Because the people are amazing. I know my job. I've trained myself to know my job to the best of the ability. I know what questions to ask. I know how to help people get through their training, or I can look at obstacles and say, hey, maybe try teaching them this way. I like that environment of learning, constantly learning, because you do that. The people there are good. These are things that we need to overcome, and we can make it, I believe we can make it better.
Okay. You indicated that the whole, not getting paid accurately had been going on for over a year, and you just realized like a year ago that it was going on and you were not being paid accurately. Do you look at pay stubs? Do you get pay stubs?
I'm not super techy with ADP, so it took me a hot minute to get on it. And then before I wasn't noticing it because I didn't realize we could have the app, or I didn't know. So it took me a while to get on it. And then when I realized, when we knew this, that we were not starting until we had to check in at 7:30 or 7:53 and not get paid for 8. That's when I'm like, okay, I have access to this. I had a coworker show me how to get on it. This is how you do this. And that's when I start realizing the difference.
Okay. Did you file for unemployment after you were no longer employed with the company?
Yes,
And did you win unemployment or lose unemployment?
I won unemployment.
Okay. And just one last question for you. I wanted to just see if you could turn to Exhibit 9. And this appears to be a letter of the breakdown of your vacation and sick pay following your separation. My understanding is that this is only paid out to someone who resigns, and it's not paid to someone who is terminated. Did you receive these funds, and did you spend these funds?
Yeah, I used it to pay bills.
Okay, so you received funds that would normally be paid out to someone who resigns, is that correct?
I guess, but I'm trusting this.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Sweet, I'm going to ask you a question, follow up on that. Did you request those funds from HR, or did they just send them to you?
They just sent it to me.
Did you believe that you earned these, or did you believe those were given to you because you resigned?
I believe that I earned them.
Did you have a question, Mr. Corrigan? I'm sorry.
Well, I'd like to follow up, but I can wait until you're done. If you
Thank you. Thank you. You were hired under the former treasurer,
Correct.
and your understanding, condition of employment when you were hired, that you were going to be paid from the time you clocked in at 7:53 until approximately 4:45 or 5 o'clock?
Until we clocked out, yes.
And that was your understanding when you took the position under the former treasurer?
Correct.
And then there was some, I'll use the word confusion, not only with you, but others in the office, when there was a change in the treasurer, that wasn't true, and you were wondering why that potentially changed?
Yes.
You testified at times you would state you won't work under these certain conditions, and you gave us examples of
Correct.
being berated by one of your managers. I think it was one of your examples.
Correct.
So that could have been construed as I'm going to quit in somebody else's mind. Where you say you won't work under these conditions, somebody else might say she threatened to quit.
Right.
Okay. So your testimony is you did at times, under certain circumstances, state that you wouldn't work under these conditions.
Yes, I did.
So the testimony is probably accurate on both sides. How many times would you estimate you said you won't work under these conditions?
Probably maybe 3 through my career.
And were all those under the present treasurer, or was there, what did it occur under
Yeah, the present treasurer.
just the present treasurer? Just to clarify, when you telephoned HR, did you leave a message originally and they called you back, or did you get an HR representative?
The day I was let go, I did call HR and I left a message, and she called me back a little bit. I think it was a little bit past 5 or really close to that. And then that's when I told her.
And tell me one more time what you told her.
That I told her what happened, like I testified earlier, what happened in the office, and that I did not resign.
And what did the HR representative state?
She said she would have to speak with Trace tomorrow because she didn't know about it.
Do you recall who you spoke to in the HR office?
I think it was Mary.
Okay. Mrs. Davis.
Okay, Mrs.
I mean, Mary Davis.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Mr. Corrigan?
Just to follow up, I think Mr. Strawn elicited this, but you were asked by Ms. Tatton whether you called the next day. It was actually the day that you got
Yes.
forced to resign, right?
Yes.
Under your version of these events, what you understood it, Mr. Jones told you, I'm accepting your resignation, and that same day you contacted HR.
Correct, yes.
And the Exhibit 8, the letter that they sent you about the termination of your employment, that was dated that same day, was it not?
Yes.
May 23rd. So they knew that it's the 23rd of May, HR knew you resigned, right?
Yes.
And they didn't call you and say, hey, you got to do an exit interview, we want this in writing, any of that?
No.
And they didn't say that you abandoned your employment, did they?
No, they did not.
And in terms of the benefits that they paid you because they concluded that you resigned, you're asking to be made whole. So if you got those monies, they would be credited against any back pay award, right?
Correct.
And you also lost other benefits, right? Like your health insurance and your retirement contributions and all of those things, correct?
Yes.
Now, there was a question about whether you had applied for unemployment. Do you understand that the county didn't contest your unemployment claim?
I'm guessing.
There was never a hearing or anything like that.
Correct.
So when you say I won, that doesn't mean that there was some decision. It was,
Oh, okay.
they just paid you unemployment because you applied for it.
Correct.
You wouldn't get unemployment if you voluntarily quit, right, would you?
No.
Well, I mean, you might get it, but there'd be a penalty.
Correct.
And this instance that you described where you felt that you were mistreated by your supervisor in the presence of a customer, when did that happen?
That was in April.
Of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And that matter was resolved after you had conversations with your supervisors about that you felt this was wrong and you wouldn't work under these conditions, and they apologized to you? Or
Yes,
Ms.
they
Goulden?
did. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are the follow-up questions. I have no other questions.
Any other witnesses, Mr. Corrigan?
No.
Closing argument?
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for being patient this afternoon. Just really briefly, I know we've kind of gone over it several times. I know Ms. Sweet either had a misunderstanding or was upset about her leave. The county tried to do what they could to get her to a position so she could take that leave. The county's position is that she had repeatedly said she was going to quit, which was corroborated in testimony today, as well as in exhibits 5, 6, 7, and 8, as far back as, I don't think 8, as far back as October 2020. I do understand, sorry, 5, 6, and 7. I do understand that she disagrees with those characterizations, but that was the county's understanding when these events unfolded. And as far as the events of that morning, again, I think that, obviously we're telling two very different stories, but the three people in management all have corroborated that. She came in, Trace asked her, can I accept your resignation? Yes, when do you want to be effective? I guess today, and left. Under our personnel rules, we would, because that's not an adequate notice of resignation, we wouldn't require anything in writing. It would be deemed having quit or abandoned. Those are synonyms in my head to resignation, so I don't see those as two different things. And because of those, she would fall under that section of Personnel Rule and Regulation 13, Regulation 1. That's the county's position, that she voluntarily resigned that day. She did not seek reinstatement from Trace that day or try to get her job back in any fashion other than going through this appeal process. And so because of all of those things, she grieved this to Trace initially. Trace denied the grievance, asking for reinstatement. And today I would ask that you would uphold the department head's decision to deny that grievance and not offer her the relief that she's seeking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Corrigan?
council, members of the board, and I guess just to appreciate what the evidence really is here. You have Ms. Golda and Mr. Jones who have testified and offered written statements. There is some emails from Ms. Bott, and nowhere is there an email from Ms. Bott saying what happened at the meeting that led to this dispute on May 23rd. She didn't address it in her emails. So, and she wasn't available for testimony. But in any event, yeah, you have Ms. Golda and Mr. Jones saying, we brought her in because she threatened to quit. I was going to call her bluff. And within an hour or two of the meeting, he writes an email which is verbatim for what Ms. Sweet said happened. I heard you threaten to quit again. She said, yes, I did. He then said, I accept your resignation. The conversation was over at that point. He accepted her resignation, which she did not submit. Later, he comes back and says, well, I reiterated 3 or 4 times I did. I gave her opportunities to back away, and she wouldn't do it. She said she quit. We weren't there. Maybe if you're going to do that, maybe tape it. You know, let's tape those conversations like we tape pre-disciplinary hearings. Or maybe you ask the employee to submit a written resignation like you're required to in the rules. The rule states, employees who desire to terminate their employment must submit a written resignation to the department head. He didn't ask her to do that. According to her testimony, he just stared into the distance. Ms. Golda had to ask him, when is it effective? He said he didn't know. She could choose. If there was any question about whether she wanted to resign or not, she should have been offered the form. They have a form. I'm sorry, if you want to shake your head if you disagree with me, I'm telling you, this is somebody who worked here for many years, an excellent employee by all accounts, and now, if you're going to rule against her grievance, you have to decide that she came up here and lied to you in front of the flag and everybody. This is a good person who lost her mother, and now she's got to raise a 17-year-old little brother. And she got jerked around. There's a rule here that says you're supposed to follow. Mr. Jones was obligated to follow it with respect to resignations. The county was obligated to follow it. They knew on that day that she resigned. They never asked her to submit. The employee voluntarily resigning, Rule Section 2D, will be asked to complete an exit interview questionnaire. They didn't do that. And maybe that all could have been sorted out. And some reference, well, she went and talked to her lawyer. Come on, she didn't. She talked to her union, which she should do. She talked to HR, told them this didn't happen that way. And when she was told, no, you're done, she filed a grievance. You're the only place she can go. Now, if she had a written reprimand for being dishonest, if she had a suspension for not showing up to work, if she had a history of misconduct, then maybe you wouldn't give her the benefit of the doubt, but she doesn't. She's a good employee who suffered a traumatic time in her life with not only this death of her stepmother, taking on her brother to raise him, and her health problems, and she deserved better. Now, the term that is in the grievance is make whole relief. That means, okay, if she got unemployment or if they paid her benefits that she shouldn't have gotten had she not been terminated or resigned, then take a credit for that against the back pay that she's requesting. And they have the records to do that, to determine what was paid and what would have been paid but for the termination. Or you can say, we're not going to award back pay. But you still can reinstate her, and that's what we're asking you to do. And so, as we said, you have this rule that's supposed to be followed. You have the not only Mr. Jones veering away from that rule, but the county not following through. When she calls, there's no effort to have her fill out the exit interview to find out what happened. But on top of that, the director tells her in response to the grievance, I looked at it and you actually worked more than everybody else. He confirmed the fact that the injustice that she felt was supported by fact. Given those facts, we'd ask that you reinstate her employment, award her back pay, less any amounts that would be offset because of interim earnings or unemployment, and let her get back to work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Do we need to go to executive session now?
Need to move to, have a motion to go into executive session.
I'll move that we go to executive session.
I second.
I'm trying to, it's not letting me. Voting in process. Yeah. 4-8, motion passes.
I forwarded that email to Vicki. She's printing off copies for you right now. So
Thank you.
we come out of executive session.
I'll second that motion.
We get caught up.
6:45.
Okay. Four yea, motion passed, motion carries.
And I want to make sure I get this worded, so help me out if I screw this up.
Can you talk into the mic?
Oh,
Thank you.
I want to make sure I get this right, so if I screw it up a little bit, let me know. I would like to make a motion to uphold the grievance of April Sweet and return her to work, and that she be made whole, and April Sweet be given full back pay and benefits.
I'll second that motion, but I don't think you want to uphold the grievance. I think you want to make her, like, you're,
Is there a better way to phrase that?
Do you want to uphold?
I think it's
overturned. There you
the
go.
decision
That's what we're looking for.
Okay.
Thank
of
you.
the department head.
So
And that she be made whole.
that's what you're making a motion, you're gonna, who's gonna,
So George made the motion.
Yeah.
John seconded.
okay, go for votes. I have two that want to overturn the department head decision, and two that want to keep the department head's decision. So I have a 2-2 vote with one absent.
I'm going to make a motion that we reinstate Ms. Sweet effective Tuesday, September 5th with seniority.
Hang on.
We need a second.
I'm sending for votes. Or,
We need a second.
need a second on that?
We need a second.
I'll second it.
I just have one against and one for at this point. 2 against, 2 for. I have a 2-2 vote. That vote fails.
Is there any other motion?
I'll move that we uphold the department head's actions.
I second.
Okay. I'm on 2-2. Vote fails.
Are there any other motions?
I'll make a motion that we reinstate Ms. Sweet effective Tuesday, September 5th.
Second.
Two against, 2 for, motion fails.
Is there any other motion?
Do we read, what do we do with a failed motion or? failed vote.
The decision of the department head stands. It is not overturned by this board.
Okay. Do we want to vote again, or is it just the decision stands, the department head?
I don't think there's any other motions.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn at
Let
6:50.
me get to that part. Sorry. Okay. You're going to motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Three, four, one against, motion carries.